Chapter 272, Niu built this road. At first, when Feng Yan appeared as a spiritual ocean tier elite, he was like an unrivaled god of war, and the one and only champion that was capable to suppressing all those around him until they paled in comparison. Though Ling Han was also a glorious and bright existence, yet that was because of his achievements in alchemy. His cultivation level of the first layer of the gushing spring tier was completely unremarkable among the younger generation of Rain Country. But the moment Yan Tianzhao appeared, all of Feng Yan's limelight was immediately snatched away. A 15-year-old in the spiritual ocean tier was even more astonishing. But that was a good thing too. What was the point of having a one-man show? It would be even more exciting if there was vigorous competition. Feng Yan stared at Yan Tianzhao. He felt slightly troubled. That was because he both had to prevent Yan Tianzhao from being the first person to reach the peak and cripple Ling Han's legs at the same time. All of a sudden, the difficulty level had sharply increased. Yan Tianzhao stood at one side, an evil smile curling about the corners of his lips. His expression was completely unlike a young man who was only 15 years old. Lu Yutong was dumbstruck. She had personally witnessed that bashful and delicate Yan Tianzhao. She never thought that this young man would be able to achieve the spiritual ocean tier in a short few months' time. Moreover, that evil aura was enough to cause her hair to stand on end. Everyone was making the final preparations, waiting for the tournament to begin. After another half an hour had passed, the Rain Emperor nodded and declared, "Get ready to start." Xie Cheng stood up and said, "The registration period is now over. The rules for the competition are as follows. There is to be no use of spirit tools or alchemical pills. You must not use any spirit talismans or decrees as well. In short, you may only make use of your own personal ability. Technically, you are not supposed to wound anyone. However, weapons are blind, so even if anything does happen, it would be unavoidable. If you do not want to get injured, you still have the time to withdraw now. Is there anyone who is unclear about anything? Immediately raise your questions now." When he finished his words, no one said anything. "Then, when I count to 3, all of you are to set off at the same time. 1, 2, 3. The third count was just heard and show. All of the participants rushed forwards. Over 100 people surrounded the foot of the hill. As there were a total of 32 paths from the very start, they naturally had to avoid any powerful opponents as much as possible. Moreover, every path was exceptionally narrow and would only allow one person to pass. Thus, if one wanted to advance forwards, the only choice he had was to first remove the person in front of him. For this short while, they were like thirsty horses fighting over a drink of water from a spring, and it was a fierce scene. They only saw a tiny figure race forwards and become the first to rush to the foot of the hill at a speed that was enough to leave them dumbfounded. The figure directly left behind the runner-up about half the distance, and began to ascend the hill. It was Hu Niu. Pooh! Everyone choked, 10,000 curses flashing past in their heads. When Feng Yan appeared on the scene as a spiritual ocean tier elite, they were all extremely shocked, thinking that it was certain Feng Yan would get the first place. When Yan Tianzhao similarly appeared as a spiritual ocean tier elite, they all judged that the first place would most likely be a competition between Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao alone. But when the competition began and there was absolutely no doubt, they all thought that an unforeseen accident had happened. A little girl that everyone had thought was just playing around had actually rushed forwards at a speed that they could only admire. She was so fast they didn't even get the chance to stop her. No wonder the Rain Emperor allowed Hu Niu to participate. The little girl had to be in the gushing spring tier. Damn, a 5 or 6-year-old in the gushing spring tier? Everyone was so astonished their facial muscles were twitching uncontrollably. What kind of concept was that? At 5 or 6 years old, the majority of people were probably still playing with mud, weren't they? Ordinarily speaking, awakening the spirit base would usually happen after 10 years old, but this little girl was astonishingly already in the gushing spring tier. Moreover, her speed, was so fast that even Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao could only watch as she raced past them. The envoys from the 8 nations all exchanged looks, and they all saw that the mouths of the others were gaping wide enough to accommodate 3 eggs. Was Rain Country specialized in producing monsters? Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao both made a move. One shot out a silver blade, while the other threw out a green-colored dense smoke. However, neither attack was able to catch up to Hu Niu. When everyone else reached the foot of the hill, Hu Niu had already reached the peak. Fuck, what's the point of continuing to race then? They hadn't even started competing, and the tournament's already over. Wahahaha. Hu Niu suddenly stopped, turned around, and placed her arms at her waist. Her ferocious nature was fully on display, and she announced loudly, Niu built this road, aside from Ling Han, no one else can pass. Pooh. Everyone once again choked. However, this time was not because of shock, but due to laughing. Feng Yan and the others were slightly stunned before hurriedly breaking out into a run. Since Hu Niu had no plans to become the first person to reach the peak and was leaving this chance to Ling Han, then there was no need for them to be reserved, was there? The others all fought to enter the 32 paths, and began the first round of battle. Pang, pang, pang. Everyone moved, intending to become the first to ascend the hill. They would thus have to deal with the person in front of them. Each path was like a single log bridge that could not accommodate more than one person. In mere moments, there were immediately a few dozen people who had been forfeited as their bodies were flung away. There were only 32 people left who continued to advance. However, the single log bridge very soon joined with another, and 32 paths became 16 paths. Another 16 people were mercilessly forfeited. They were flung away, and their bodies fell down from the air. The next was for 8 competitors to emerge from the remaining 16. There were only 8 people left. Aside from Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao, these 2 who were considered to be the popular candidates for the champion, there was also Ling Han, Zhao Huan, Qin Yi, Lu Yutong, Huang Zitao, and Qian Weiyong. The 3rd imperial prince did not participate because of his position. The eldest imperial prince did not participate either as he was past the age restriction. Ling Han actually managed to pass as well. This caused quite a number of people to be confused. Wasn't this guy only in the first layer of the Gushing Spring tier? Setting aside the fact that he was not able to rival Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao in the Gushing Spring tier, he would also be considered the weakest, so how was he so powerful? After all, there were not many who had actually witnessed Feng Yan and Ling Han exchange blows at the Lu residence that day. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so shocked. Ling Han was also a powerful opponent, all right? Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao were very coordinated. They both occupied one side so they would only encounter each other in the finals when 2 paths joined into one. This would help them avoid encountering each other beforehand, which may lead to them both being forfeited. Feng Yan's next opponent was Huang Zitao, and unsurprisingly, he flung Huang Zitao out of the competition with a single blow and entered into the 4th path. Yan Tianzhao's opponent was Lu Yutong. He only gave a light wave of his hand, and said, "Apologies, big sister Yutong." And he had forced Lu Yutong downhill. Qin Yi faced Qian Weiyong. With a single wave of his saber, 5 flashes of saber chi danced wildly. Qian Weiyong only gave a muffled humph, a splatter of blood gushed from his chest, and he was also forced downhill. Lastly, it was Ling Han against Zhao Huan. Zhao Huan was one of the 3 core disciples of Huyang Academy. Moreover, he was in the 2nd place, so he was even stronger than Qin Yi. According to rumors, when he was born, there was an unnatural phenomenon as golden light lit up half the imperial city. Putting aside whether or not this had really happened, the current Zhao Huan indeed had a terrifying aura. His eyes were as sharp as dragons, and he was filled with a dominating air. He laughed loudly and said, "Apologies, Grand Master Ling." He delivered a punch, and his fist was covered in golden light, shooting towards Ling Han like it was an actual shooting star, planning to defeat Ling Han and take the 4th path. Maybe not. Ling Han similarly shot out a punch, and charged towards Zhao Huan without any fancy moves. Pang! A loud bang was heard, and the whole hill shook before they saw Zhao Huan being flung away. So far. Someone gazed into the distance, and Zhao Huan had already become a small black dot in the far distance. Instantly, he was already 1,000 feet away. Ling Han managed to take the fourth path, and the final position. Chapter 273, Who is the strongest of the younger generation? Now, there were only a few paths left when 4 paths joined to become 2, and 2 paths joined to become 1. Technically, that would mean one only had to defeat 2 more people to reach the peak. Of course, there was a Hu Niu who did not like playing by the rules who was currently standing by at a higher spot, waiting to attack. However, speed did not represent battle prowess. Once embroiled in a close-quarters combat, the advantage of superior speed would be greatly decreased. Out of the 5 of them, who would be the last one standing? On the next path, Yan Tianzhao versus Qin Yi, and Feng Yan versus Ling Han. Go! Yan Tianzhao moved. With a flick of his sleeve, shio, 7 battle spears shot out. These spears were formed from origin power and were entirely black in color. There were patterns engraved on the bodies of these spears formed from his martial intent. Qin Yi dared not be careless. There was a gap of an entire tier between them, and this was a gap that could mean he would be completely dominated by his opponent. He brandished his saber in a slash and displayed his full ability without holding anything back. As the saber flashed, 5 flashes of saber chi shone brilliantly. To be honest, 5 flashes of saber chi was extremely impressive. Before Ling Han had delved into discussions about the art of the sword with Mo Gao, he had also only formed 5 flashes of sword chi, and this was still based on the comprehension about martial arts that he had retained from his last life. However, the spiritual ocean tier was much too powerful. Moreover, Yan Tianzhao was obviously a genius whose battle prowess exceeded his cultivation level. Qin Yi put all his effort into it and ding, 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 somehow managed to shatter 3 battle spears. But there were still 4 remaining that, no matter how much he tried, he could not get rid of. Pu. He was instantly pierced through by 4 battle spears, and the force of the attack flung him away. Thankfully, Yan Tianzhao obviously took care in how much power he put into his attack. These 4 spears pierced respectively into his shoulders and legs, yet managed to miss his vital spots. Otherwise, the Rain Emperor was sitting at the peak, and if he made a move, that would signify a dramatic change of events. The 4 battle spears contained Yan Tianzhao's martial intent. As a result, though the battle spears would disappear once they entered one's body since they were formed from origin power, the martial intent contained in them would still subdue Qin Yi. Qin Yi was not able to move one bit, and with a pang, he fell heavily onto the ground. Hang! A figure shot out and picked up Qin Yi. It was Lian Guangzu. When he saw Ling Han, Feng Yan, and Yan Tianzhao who were nearing the peak, there was a complicated expression in his eyes. Yet he merely gave a sigh, withdrew his gaze, and began to treat Qin Yi's injuries. Qin Yi's body trembled slightly, and his one hand was tightly gripped into a fist. He had even bitten so hard onto his lip that it had began bleeding. Don't be despondent. It is no humiliation to lose at the hands of a spiritual ocean tier elite. Lian Guangzu comforted his only disciple. Qin Yi did not cheer up because of this. Instead, he looked towards Ling Han and said, "He is stronger than me." Near to the peak, Ling Han was currently engaged in a fierce battle with Feng Yan. "Ha ha ha, are you prepared?" Feng Yan smirked. "Now I am in the spiritual ocean tier, so how do you plan to block me?" He punched out a fist. Hong, 9 long sabers appeared and shot towards Ling Han together with his fist. These 9 long sabers were naturally formed from origin power. The martial intent contained in them became intricate patterns that shone on the bodies of these sabers, and it was as if they were like divine sabers. Ling Han laughed loudly. He waved his sword in a slash, and used the 4 seasons sword technique. Every move had 4 styles: winter, summer, autumn and spring. 4 images circulated, forming an unbroken sword intent, possessing formidable power. Pang, 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 pang. The 9 long sabers were instantly shattered, and Ling Han's 4 seasons sword technique also disappeared at the same time. The scene that Kimi saw was precisely this one, and this was something he could not accept. Not too long ago, he was still capable of ripping Ling Han in half with a single wave of his saber. Ling Han had only managed to escape that fate through a trick. But just how much time had passed since then? Now Ling Han was able to disperse the attack of a spiritual ocean tier opponent, whereas he himself was defeated with a single strike. The gap between the two of them was indescribably wide. These 3 are the real monsters. You do not have to follow them, just go at your own pace, Lian Guangzu advised. At the same time, he really felt that it was a great pity, as he had once wanted to take Ling Han as his disciple. However, because Feng Yan's matter had quickly happened after that, he was completely pushed onto the side opposing Ling Han. No one knew that Lian Guangzu had once stayed at the Winter Moon Sect, and had even received guidance from a powerful elite of the sect, which was how he managed to attain his current level of achievement. And that powerful elite was precisely Feng Yan's master. Thus, Lian Guangzu would try his best to fulfill Feng Yan's requests to return the favor. However, a stronger battle spirit flashed through Kenya's eyes. He was definitely not going to admit defeat. He wanted to walk to the ultimate point of this path of the saber. In Rain Country, he could only achieve a limited amount, so he wanted to step out of this country and into the wider world to refine and polish his saber arts. He would either become a grandmaster saber wielder, or die on this path. Hung. Feng Yan's first attack did not succeed, and he was just about to attack again, but then he saw that Yan Tianzhao had defeated his opponent and continued his way up the hill. As a result, he could only set Ling Han aside for the moment and race towards Yan Tianzhao. His fist shot out, and once again, 9 battle sabers attacked. Yan Tianzhao did not dare to underestimate Feng Yan's attack. Thus, he could only turn back around, flick his sleeve, and similarly shoot out 9 battle spears. Pang, pang, pang. The battle spears clashed with the battle sabers, and they were both shattered at the same time. Taking advantage of this opening, Feng Yan charged forwards and stopped Yan Tianzhao from continuing to advance anyways. Hunyo could be disregarded. If she had really wanted to get the first place, they probably should have just given up and gone home. With a sharp whistle, Ling Han too charged into the battle with sword in hand. Hong, hong, hong. It was a battle royale between the 3 of them. These 3 young men were all the type to do things their own way. There wasn't any chance for any 2 of them to join forces against the 3rd. Thus, each attack they delivered was aimed towards the other 2, which made for an incredibly chaotic scene. Yan Tianzhao and Feng Yan were both in the spiritual ocean tier. Every attack they delivered would have martial intent circulating around, and possess incredibly shocking power. However, Ling Han, who was obviously in the first layer of the gushing spring tier, was only a slight bit weaker than the 2 of them. Thus, neither Feng Yan nor Yan Tianzhao dared to underestimate him. This was dumbfounding to the spectators, as they all felt as if their view of the world was crumbling. After a 24-year-old in the spiritual ocean tier elite appeared, another spiritual ocean tier elite who was only 15 years old appeared. Then came a 5 or 6-year-old in the gushing spring tier, which once again attacked their weak hearts. Then, this 5 or 6-year-old gushing spring tier martial artist exploded with a speed that struck even those in the spiritual ocean tier dumb. It almost made them die of shock. And now, great, here was another monster-like gushing spring tier martial artist who was able to stand against opponents of the spiritual ocean tier when he himself was only at the first layer of the gushing spring tier. This was enough to make them feel as if they were dreaming. Was this still that world of martial arts they knew? Pang, 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 pang. The 3 of them were embroiled in a furious battle, and as they simultaneously impeded each other, it was difficult to decide who would be the victor for the moment. In terms of current battle prowess, Yan Tianzhao should be the strongest, because his cultivation level was highest as he had reached the third layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The second would be Feng Yan, who was at the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and last would be Ling Han. On the surface, he looked to be in the first layer of the gushing spring tier, but was actually at the 8th layer of the gushing spring tier, and his real battle prowess actually very closely approached the spiritual ocean tier. But because if one was slightly stronger, he would naturally be on the receiving end of fierce attacks from the other two and thus was unable to get the upper hand, which was what forced this battle into a deadlock. However, it was also possible that the fragile balance would be instantly destroyed. Because as of this moment, the three fighters had still not displayed their strongest battle prowess. If any one of them suddenly exploded and delivered an extremely powerful attack, it might be possible that he would be able to fling the other two fighters away and emerge victorious with this one move. The winner would be the first person who managed to appear in front of the Rain Emperor. But since things have developed this way, the plans of the three have changed. They would defeat the other two, and become the champion. They were all proud young men, and faced with a powerful opponent, their first thought would be to defeat him and not retreat or avoid him. Otherwise, if they had lost their invincibility, then what difference did they have with any other ordinary genius? Feng Yan was the first to reveal his trump card as there appeared flashes of silver light on his body. He had activated his special physical constitution of mirror light body. Chapter 274, Wild Strength Berserk 8 Bloodline. The moment he activated Mirror Light Body, Feng Yan's battle prowess soared. He would suffer 20% less damage, and could even reflect 20% of attack power onto his opponents. This was an extremely scary thing. Moreover, the more attacks he suffered, the greater the effects of Mirror Light Body. After only a few moves, Ling Han and Yan Tianzhao had ceased their mutual attacks on each other, and had practically combined their forces against Feng Yan. Feng Yan instantly laughed loudly. Though the pressure he was experiencing had greatly increased due to being attacked by two young powerful elites at the same time, the fact that he could stand against them on his own gave him a powerful feeling of achievement. The battle today did not only include a personal vendetta or the mystical power. It also involved the competition for the strongest amongst the younger generation of Rain Country, or perhaps even the whole 9 nations of the desolate north. They could not help but fight. Yan Tianzhao gave a humph, and a green 6-pointed star flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his battle prowess spiked, and he was able to instantly turn the disadvantageous situation around, now capable of standing against Feng Yan on his own. The three of them were embroiled in a battle royale, but because of Yan Tianzhao's sudden increase in prowess, he instantly attracted the majority of Feng Yan's attacks, so it had practically become a furious battle between himself and Feng Yan. The pressure on Ling Han decreased. Neither Feng Yan nor Yan Tianzhao had really taken Ling Han seriously. No matter how you looked at it, Ling Han was only in the gushing spring tier. Since he had not yet even stepped into the spiritual ocean tier, how could they possibly think of him as a real opponent for them? Underestimating him? They would have to pay a price for that. Ling Han retreated a few steps and began to accumulate his power. The mysterious 3000 was waiting to be used after he had accumulated enough power. This sword technique was extremely powerful, and required a certain amount of time to gather enough power for it, but that would only be the time for 1 or 2 breaths. Immediately, an imposing aura exuded from Ling Han, and the might lying underneath was shockingly terrifying. Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao, who had been engaged in a fierce battle, immediately ceased all movement and turned to stare at Ling Han. They were shocked by the sword intent emanating from Ling Han. When this slash was delivered, it would definitely be a devastating, earth-shattering attack. Ling Han drew his sword, and instantly, afterimages of swords appeared in the sky illustriously, heading towards Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao as a monstrous wave. Feng Yan's expression changed abruptly. The power behind this slash was stronger by an unknown number of times than the 4 Seasons sword technique. He had originally thought that the 4 Seasons sword technique was Ling Han's ace in the hole and his final trump card, but had never thought that Ling Han could show an even more powerful sword technique. This was completely unbelievable to him. The sword rose, and it seemed as if winds and clouds were birthed with it. Feng Yan quickly roared loudly. This slash was too powerful. He wouldn't be able to receive this move if he merely relied on the mirror light body, so he had to use his strongest trump card. As he roared tumultuously, his body actually expanded, as if it was pumped full of air. The inconceivable thing was that black-colored fur actually grew rapidly on his body, as if he had become an ape. However, his aura also soared correspondingly, increasing all the way from the first layer of the spiritual ocean tier. The middle period of the first layer, the late period, the peak period, and without the slightest bit of stagnation, he breached over and directly entered the second layer of the spiritual ocean tier. It was still increasing. The second layer of the spiritual ocean tier, the third layer, and finally stopped at the fourth layer of the spiritual ocean tier. He once again shot out a fist, and like previously, 9 battle sabers shot out with his fist. But they were far more profound than they had been, and the martial intent contained in them was much more powerful as well. On the other side, Yan Tianzhao's eyes had also narrowed, and a green fog gushed out from all over his body, forming a shield-like object in front of him, and he was protected behind it. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The sword images shot forward, and it was indeed an earth-shattering attack. On the peak, the Rain Emperor had also stood up. His face that had been formerly calm was now wearing a shocked expression. It was obvious that the might behind Ling Han's move had exceeded even his expectations. The swords reached their target. Hong, 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 hong. Thunderous bangs were heard, and one after another, streams of light crashed into one another, and shattered, putting on an endless luster. All those at the foot of the hill were watching dizzily with wide eyes. These few young men were obviously merely in the early stage of the spiritual ocean tier, yet they displayed battle prowess that should belong to the middle stage, or even late stage of the spiritual ocean tier. No, there was even a guy that was only in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. This was too much nonsense. Did that mean that the ranks in martial arts were only for show? After this one move, Ling Han, Feng Yan, and Yan Tianzhao separated, with a certain distance between each other. For the moment, none of them made a move, and merely stood opposite one another. I really can't underestimate you, Feng Yan said solemnly. However, his whole body was covered with black fur and all his muscles were swelling, so he had completely transformed into a muscular guy and there wasn't any hint left of his original appearance. It was like a giant ape had suddenly crashed the show, and ruined the image completely. However, now that you have forced me to use my trump card, the two of you would only be qualified to be trampled under my feet, he laughed wildly. Ling Han frowned slightly, and said, Wild strength berserk ape bloodline? He finally understood why Feng Yan would be taken as disciple by a powerful elite of the spiritual infant tier from the Winter Moon Sect. Wild strength berserk ape was an ancient demonic beast, and it was rumored that these demonic beasts were in the Shattering Void tier. Moreover, they were an extremely powerful race even in the Shattering Void tier. Since he had inherited this kind of bloodline, Feng Yan could also possibly break through to Shattering Void tier. Who would be able to resist the temptation of having a disciple in the Shattering Void tier? The stronger one's ability, the more powerful their desire. Since they themselves could not possibly break through to the Shattering Void tier in this lifetime, then having a disciple that would similarly bring to them a powerful satisfaction and sense of accomplishment. Feng Yan could not help but tense up, and said, You even know about Wild Strength Berserk Ape? Actually, in the past, he himself had no idea what kind of bloodline he possessed. It was only by coincidence that it was discovered by that powerful elite from the Winter Moon Sect, who recognized this bloodline. Yet Ling Han actually managed to recognize it with a single look. This guy was really too knowledgeable, wasn't he? Ling Han smiled calmly, and said, So what if it is Wild Strength Berserk Ape? Your bloodline is extremely thin at the moment and can only increase your cultivation level by 3 layers, so it's nothing to worry about. Then, I'll just have to let you see how much I am nothing to worry about. Feng Yan was flung into a furious rage. The hatred he felt for Ling Han, who had killed his brother, burned powerfully in his heart, and as he had activated the bloodline of a demonic beast, his temperament was also greatly affected. He had become incredibly brusque and violent, and instantly charged toward Ling Han. Si Waneng, Tseng, Tseng, his 10 fingers separated and transformed into sharp claws that were like the blades of knives. Feng Yan waved his hands repeatedly and his claws tore through the air, actually forming multiple blades made of air. Xiao, 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 they flew towards Ling Han first, whereas Feng Yan himself followed closely behind. His whole body was exuding a shockingly violent air, as if he himself was an ancient demonic beast that had been brought back to life. Ling Han frowned slightly. The bloodline of an ancient demonic beast was indeed a headache. He humphed. He was not able to use the mysterious 3000 as he did not have the time to, so he merely waved his sword and used the 4 seasons sword technique. Instantly, the images of spring, summer, autumn, and winter were displayed, making one feel as if they were able to experience the change of seasons all in a single instant. Pu, 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 pu. The blades of air shot out, and the sword move of the 4 seasons sword technique paused. Feng Yan took the chance to charge over and shot out a fist. 9 battle sabers appeared, and ruthlessly headed towards Ling Han's chest. Ling Han used the shadow wind technique, and rapidly retreated. Pang! However, he still experienced a bit of suffering as his whole body was flung 30 feet away. A bit of blood seeped out of the corner of his lips. Even if he had now formed body of rock cliff, he was still not able to completely resist Feng Yan's attack. After all, the power of an elite in the 4th layer of the spiritual ocean tier added together with the bloodline of the wild strength berserk ape totaled up to a much too powerful attack prowess. Feng Yan laughed in his arrogance and said, in ancient days, the wild strength berserk ape was practically invincible. Their claws brought their own rules of the world, and were able to tear through all defenses. Ling Han, I'm definitely going to cripple both your legs today. Chapter 275, An Astonishing Hunyo. Yan Tianzhao pressed down on his nose and muttered, so there's no more of my business? He shook his head and said, forget it, Rain Country is only one of my stopovers. Once I have obtained the mystical power, I shall go to a more lively spot in the northern region for a look around. The overall level of martial arts in this place is really too low, and there are only these few geniuses, so it is not beneficial to my growth. He placed his hands behind his back and headed towards the peak of the hill. Nyo built this road, and no one is allowed to pass. Hunyo instantly stretched out her arms, looking like she was planning to stop him from passing. Little girl, you're a bit strange, but you are not yet strong enough to stand against me. Step aside, I don't want to hurt you, Yan Tianzhao said calmly. It was unknown whether he had become merciful or was wary of Hunyo's strangeness. Hang, aside from Ling Han, no one is allowed to pass. Hunyo snarled, and took the initiative to attack. Xiao, she was as fast as a gust of wind, and quite many elites of the spiritual ocean tier could barely capture her movements. With a flash, the little girl had already appeared behind Yan Tianzhao. She raised her small hands high, and shwa, 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 launched a series of furious claw attacks. Teng, teng, teng. Yan Tianzhao suddenly stumbled back a few steps due to the attack, and there appeared multiple bloodstains on his back, which showed the terrifying destructive power Hunyo had in her hands. Once again, another person in the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier, and once more someone capable of wounding an opponent in the spiritual ocean tier. Those standing at the foot of the hill felt like they were living in a dream. This was really too surreal. When had the gushing spring tier become so awesome? And moreover, it was only the 1st layer of the gushing spring tier. Previously, they had all thought Hunyo was purely there to play cute, but had never thought that the tournament had just barely begun and the little girl would deliver such a great shock to them, bursting with an astonishing speed. However, speed was speed, but what about now? The first layer of the gushing spring tier could actually rip through the defenses of the spiritual ocean tier. This destructive power was practically terrifying. They once again turned to look at Feng Yan. According to hearsay, the destructive power of the wild strength berserk ape was frightening, but an attack on Ling Han only managed to cause a bit of blood to appear at the corner of his lips. However, Hu Niu was capable of reducing Yan Tianzhao's back to a lump of flesh and blood. Under such a comparison, it was obvious that it would be more accurate to say that Hu Niu was the owner of the wild strength berserk ape bloodline. On one side, it was a spiritual ocean tier martial artist attacking a gushing spring tier opponent, whereas on the other side, it was a gushing spring tier martial artist attacking a spiritual ocean tier opponent, yet it was Hu Niu whose destructive power was stronger, so how could it be any more obvious? Xiao, Hu Niu once again launched an attack. Speed was her greatest advantage as she moved like the wind. When one's eyes captured her figure, in actual fact, the little girl had appeared in another location, and what the eyes saw was actually only her afterimage. Hu Niu had no sliver of mercy in her at all. Slaughter was her instinct, and now that her instincts had been activated, it was as if she had transformed into a little girl and endlessly pounced on Yan Tianzhao in attack. On his arms and legs, Yan Tianzhao continued to bleed endlessly. It was pointless even if he had the cultivation of the spiritual ocean tier, as he was completely unable to spot Hu Niu, so there was absolutely no use for his superior cultivation. Everyone was flabbergasted. In their mindset, speed could only used for the purpose of flight, but this scene in front of their eyes had turned over all their ideas. The reason why they would have this idea was because their speed had not reached an extreme level. Whoever had speed like what Hu Niu possessed was completely able to turn speed into the greatest source of their battle prowess. Yan Tianzhao's expression became darker and darker, but there was still an incredibly evil smile curling up the corners of his lips. He actually sprayed out a green fog all over his body that transformed into multiple threads that wove together tightly and transformed the area within 30 feet of him into a spiderweb-like area. It was not a net that had been laid flat, but a net that stood upright. Hu Niu instantly crashed into the green net. She struggled, but discovered that though the green threads were extremely thin, they were shockingly sturdy, so no matter how much effort she used, she was unable to struggle free. In my heaven and earth spider web, you still plan on getting free? Yan Tianzhao smirked coldly. These threads moved, and it was as if they had a life and will of their own, sending Hu Niu closer and closer to Yan Tianzhao. Hu Niu became anxious, turned her head, opened her mouth and bit. Woo-la, and a green thread actually was ripped in half by her bite. Pooh! Yan Tianzhao was so shocked, his eyeballs were about to pop out of his head. This was heaven and earth spider web, his absolute trump card. As long as someone that was of the same cultivation level as he was captured by his spider web, then it was impossible he would be able to get free. The sturdiness of it was comparable to ingredients of the same level that were used to forge weapons. Yet this little girl actually tore through it with a bite. What kind of fuck-asterisk teeth did she have? When he recalled how he had suffered so many claw attacks at Hu Niu's hands, then if the little girl coincidentally decided to bite him instead. Yan Tianzhao could not help but swallow and reach out to rub his throat. Then it was really possible that she could tear through his throat in a single bite, and he would die instantly. He could not help but feel a powerful lingering feat, and the killing intent in his eyes grew exponentially. He delivered a palm strike to Hu Niu's chest. The Rain Emperor gave a light humph, and his imperial authority spread out, broad and powerful. Yan Tianzhao instantly experienced a pain in his chest, and his consciousness shivered. He hurriedly withdrew some portion of his power and, with a pang, Hu Niu was flung away by the strike. With a paw, she had fallen at the foot of the hill, and her small figure lay unmoving on the ground. She had only suffered a heavy injury because that humph of the Rain Emperor made Yan Tianzhao withdraw a large portion of his power. The Rain Emperor had already said that this was a tournament and a spar, so it was unavoidable that there would be injuries. However, killing someone else was definitely not permitted. In front of the Rain Emperor, who would dare commit murder? Ling Han was currently engaged in a great battle with Feng Yan, and when he saw this scene, he could not help but fly into a powerful rage. Get lost. He waved out a powerful slash which contained an endless inferno of fury. Feng Yan actually dared not receive this strike head-on, and could not help but make a strategic retreat. With a sweep of his divine sense, Ling Han knew that Hu Niu was not in any life-threatening danger. He also knew that with the Rain Emperor there, it was impossible that anyone would lose their life. But when he saw Hu Niu's tiny figure lying there on the ground without any sign of movement and with a bit of blood on the corner of her lips, he was still extraordinarily enraged, and felt an urge to destroy every bit of the heavens and earth. Hu Niu had been injured because she had tried to stop Yan Tianzhao, and the reason why Hu Niu had done so was naturally because of him. Since his rebirth, this was the second time he was so furious. The first time was when Ling Dongxing was captured by the Qing clan and was about to be beheaded in public. Yan Tianzhao, he roared, shrugged off Feng Yan and charged towards Yan Tianzhao. Yan Tianzhao was also very displeased. He, a genuine spiritual ocean tier elite, was actually beaten black and blue by a little girl. Now, he had only knocked Hu Niu unconscious, and injured her slightly, so what was there for Ling Han to be so furious about? Feng Yan was even more enraged and screamed in fury, because Ling Han actually shrugged him off and ignored him. Moreover, this was the first time he had seen Ling Han so furious. Even when Lu Yutong was forced to marry another, Ling Han had not been so angered. This obviously meant that Ling Han had only been playing with him previously, and had not taken him seriously as an opponent at all. Damn it. Damn it. He was really too despicable. Ling Han was enraged. Lu Yutong was merely his little female attendant, but he thought of Hu Niu as his family. Moreover, Hu Niu was only such a little girl, so she was naturally even more doted upon by Ling Han. Even he dared not reprimand her too harshly, yet now she was actually so heavily injured by Yan Tianzhao that she was lying on the ground unmoving. How could this not cause him to be extraordinarily furious? Ah! He drew his sword in rage, and at that one moment, he had forgotten everything else, and the only thought in his head was to behead Yan Tianzhao. Shua, 7 flashes of sword qi shown. Chapter 276, 7 Flashes of Sword Qi. Reverie _ Under the fury, Ling Han finally broke through, forming the 7th flash of sword qi. Teng, 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 everyone at the base of the hill stood up. No matter if it were saber qi or sword qi, as long as one produced qi, one would have the potential to become a king. However, up to 3 flashes was just a minor accomplishment, and 6 flashes counted as major accomplishment, but 7 flashes could truly be crowned king. To observe Rain Country's history, those who possessed 6 flashes of qi were not little, though all of them were 60 or 70 before reaching it. At least, geniuses like that still existed. But 7 flashes? One and only. Surveying the entire 9 nations of the desolate north, 700 years ago, a genius blade user certainly appeared and materialized 7 flashes of sword qi, being invincible at the spiritual pedestal tier, not shaming the state of king. However, when this blade sect master formed 7 flashes of sword qi, he or she was already at a high age of 62 years old. How old was this youngster before their eyes? A freak. The freaks today were appearing endlessly. The 7th flash of sword qi wasn't all of Ling Han's breakthrough. Under his violent rage, Ling Han unleashed Mysterious 3000. This was his strongest sword skill as usual, but what wasn't usual was that under the violent rage, each flash of sword qi transformed. Mysterious 3000 could instantly unleash 3000 attacks at one's extreme. This was definitely an ultimate move, and at the highest tier, it could almost take over the world. However, Ling Han was far from such a tier, so he could only unleash 100 attacks. Now, 800 sword lights appeared. Could his comprehension of Mysterious 3000 have advanced so much under his rage? The strange thing was that he still unleashed 100 sword lights. That was because the 7 flashes of sword qi split, from 1 into 2, and from 2 into 3, with each flash of sword chi turning into 100 sword lights. 800 sword lights radiated through heaven and earth. What sort of concept was this? It was equivalent to 800 Linghans attacking and each one unleashing an attack, although this attack was a normal one, without using any techniques, but it was a full-force attack. 800 together could scare someone to death. Behind, Feng Yan stopped abruptly. This radiant and resplendent attack scared even him, making him unwilling to parry that attack, that would truly be walking himself into trouble. Yan Tianzhao's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly roared and waves of green mist were ejected, turning into a barrier that blocked the area between him and Ling Han. 800 sword light struck. Peng, the green barrier immediately turned into infinite pieces and the sword light continued on its path, sending Yan Tianzhao flying through the sky in a parabolic arc before landing heavily onto the ground. He was still alive, but his body was covered in blood. His body was torn so much that bones were revealed and organs could be seen in his thoracic cavity. The surprising thing was that the muscles in his entire body were wriggling, healing at a surprisingly fast speed. Ling Han was shocked. This still couldn't kill him? It was no wonder Rain Emperor didn't intervene. Pa, he sat onto the ground. 800 sword lights had been shockingly powerful, but the expenditure was also terrifyingly large, extracting his origin power completely. This was only 800 sword lights, which wasn't the limit of 3,000. It was no wonder that he couldn't activate the 3 styles of Black Origin's second form and third form didn't even have the origin power. Heaven's Sword Sect's people were all abnormal. Ling Han panted heavily. Hun Yo was in a coma. Yan Tianzhao was in a coma. Only Fen Yang's battle prowess was whole. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yan laughed aloud, walking over in large strides. Who would have thought that I'd win in this way? He already restrained his wild strength berserk ape bloodline, which was greatly exhausting, so he naturally restrained his mirror light body as well. Now the other 3 already lost their battle prowess. Even if his cultivation was weakened by 100 times, he would still win. Ling Han smiled bitterly. He didn't think much under a violent rage, and he didn't know he could acquire a breakthrough on the application of mysterious 3000, unleashing 800 sword lights at once and draining his origin power completely. Medicinal pills couldn't be taken during the match. Taking a pill meant forfeiting, so what should he do? Watch helplessly as Feng Yan reached the top. You truly disappoint me. I had thought to defeat you when you unleashed your full battle prowess, then cripple your 2 legs, striking you from the pinnacle of your life to an all-time low. Feng Yan said with a disappointed tone. Ling Han laughed aloud, and said in disdain, my sword strike just now, would you dare to parry it? Feng Yan's expression stiffened. Even if he had 2 physiques which were both kick-ass, he was still scared by those radiant and extreme 800 sword lights. He supposed it could be blocked, but he would end up the same as Yan Tianzhao, being heavily injured. The result now is that you can only look up at me. He didn't respond to the question, as such postulations had no meaning. Feng Yan revealed a cold expression, raising his foot to trample on Ling Han. He was going to make Ling Han lose face in front of the whole world. Ling Han reached out to block, but everyone could see how futile that was. Was a quasi-Earth-grade alchemy master that formed 7 flashes of sword chi actually going to receive such great humiliation? The people on the bottom felt unpleasant inside. Lu Yutong and Li Sicheng were even more agitated that they could not forfeit for Ling Han. Feng Yan sneered, stepping down without hesitation. Pa, his left foot stepped onto Ling Han's right hand and a strong force like a lofty mountain pushed down on it, trampling down towards Ling Han's face. However, at this moment, Feng Yan's expression changed drastically as he let out a tragic scream that shook heaven and earth. What the hell was he screaming for? He clearly had a huge advantage, yet he still wanted to trick people? No. Everyone saw clearly that Feng Yan's left leg was eroding, as if it was made of mist, dispersing from a puff. What was going on? Ling Han revealed a proud smile. He refined Azura Demon Emperor's demonic chi and formed a black-colored demonic seal on his palm afterwards. This was the power of regulation, extremely scary. Although the power was strong, it could only adhere to the palm's surface, so normally it had almost no use. However, Feng Yan actually stepped on him, seeking pain for himself. Ah! Feng Yan cried out sharply, cutting off his own left leg. Otherwise, the erosion would continue to spread until his entire person was turned into dust. Pa! He abruptly sat onto the ground. The problem wasn't just a leg, but also a terrifying wave of power that penetrated inside his body, roiling and making him extremely unwell. Even enduring the urge to scream was already extremely difficult, let alone fighting. Now, of the four of them, none were still standing. Who would have thought that the scene would play out in this way? Everyone stared blankly, absolutely unable to accept what happened. Show. Those who originally were knocked down the mountain came running back one after another. The formidable ones were hurt, and the ones unconscious lay unconscious. Was it not precisely their chance? Ling Han stood up. He wasn't hurt, just drained of origin power. Now, he naturally recovered a little, and was able to stand and run without any problem at all. He took large strides, and was already before the Rain Emperor. The victor of this time's battle is Ling Han. Rain Emperor imposing filled voice sounded, shaking the skies. Chapter 277, A Formidable Flower Blossom Tear Appears. Reverie _ It ended, and Ling Han obtained the final victory. No one could have anticipated that Hu Niu had such surprising speed. If she won the first prize, everyone would have been shocked, but it would still be acceptable. But, Ling Han? He actually defeated Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao, something no one thought possible. One strike to defeat Yan Tianzhao, and one palm to cripple Feng Yan, completely like a dream. Rain Emperor looked at Ling Han with a calm and tranquil expression, but no one knew of the raging turbulent waves in his heart. Today, the performances of these four youngsters were beyond what he anticipated, even unwilling to think about it. In all honesty, of the four, Feng Yan was the most normal with two physiques, and the other three were freaks. Yan Tianzhao's green mist and recovery speed, Hu Niu's speed, and Ling Han's last sword art and the eerie palm at the end baffled even Rain Emperor. Take it. Rain Emperor took out a box from thin air, handing it to Ling Han. A spatial ring. Ling Han was a bit astounded. He'd originally thought that Rain Country couldn't possibly have spatial rings, but unexpectedly, Rain Emperor had such a treasure. However, thinking again, since a mystical power like the Eye of Truth appeared in the country's treasury, then acquiring a spatial ring occasionally wasn't so rare. He took the box. This thing wasn't big, but it wasn't easy to put into his pockets, so he had to hold it in his hands. Rain Emperor could expose his possession of a spatial ring, but Ling Han wouldn't dare. He was too weak right now after all. Besides, he wasn't wearing the ring on his hand, but put it away in the Black Tower. Huh? Rain Emperor was slightly startled for a moment, looking afar. Ling Han also immediately felt a strong presence, and followed Rain Emperor's gaze. A cloud floated from afar, but the bizarre thing was that the cloud was actually pink, and it was extremely fast. However, a bit closer, a man could be seen on top of the cloud. This was a 70-year-old man, who was slender with black hair, wearing a long robe, and appearing very sage-like. A man? Flying in the sky? Hiss. When the other people saw, they all revealed a shocked expression one after another. How could a mortal fly in the sky? The flower blossom tier. This old man was at the flower blossom tier. That was why he could fly in the sky with his physical body, transcending the mortals. When the old man came right above, an endless pressure circulated that made everyone feel minuteness from the bottom of their hearts, only wanting to kneel in worship. The old man's gaze swiped once on Feng Yan's body as his expression immediately turned gloomy, and he said, "Such great nerve, daring to harm a disciple of the Winter Moon Sect. Rain Emperor, give this old man an explanation." He stared at Rain Emperor, towering above and showing dominance. A flower blossom tier martial artist certainly was qualified to act haughtily. Rain Emperor didn't buy it at all. He raised his head awe-inspiringly, threw out a punch, and said, "In front of me, you dare tower above?" Hong, a golden fist came down from the sky, smashing towards the flower blossom tier old man. Impudence. The old man blew his top. A mere spiritual pedestal tier cultivator actually dared to take initiative to attack him, truly amusing and ridiculous. However, when the punch came hurling, he didn't dare to let it hit him, raising a hand to press towards the sky. A spread of pink-colored mist dispersed, turning into millions of birds that pecked at the golden fist. "Huh!" The old man immediately cried out in surprise, for this golden fist was strong enough that it actually shattered each and every one of the birds and continued to hurl down with an unstoppable state. Pung! The old man was forced to throw out another palm to parry the golden fist, but his body was instantly struck down, falling onto the ground. The golden fist shattered at last, but the old man already fell onto the ground. On the contrary, Rain Emperor sat on top of the small hill. The first round of the confrontation was over. Rain Emperor came out on top. Hiss! Everyone cried out in surprise. Today, shocking things happened one after another. Wasn't the Rain Emperor at the spiritual pedestal tier? How could he restrain someone in the flower blossom tier? The emissaries of the 8 nations were all frightened and uneasy. Was Rain Country going to have a second formidable practitioner in the flower blossom tier? The flower blossom tier old man stood upright and unafraid. It wasn't that he was weaker, he underestimated Rain Emperor, resulting in him being struck down by a punch. No matter how careless, he was still someone in the flower blossom tier, and those below the flower blossom tier were mortals. He could offhandedly kill a warrior in his spiritual pedestal tier, so how could he have been struck down? His name was He Jingchu. He was sent by the Winter Moon Sect's spiritual infant tier warrior to give Feng Yan some prestige and bring him back. Thus, he planned on appearing when Feng Yan won the competition, making Feng Yan, who was on top of the younger generation, look even more impressive. It never occurred to him that Rain Emperor would actually announce another person as the champion of this competition. He was confused, so he came to investigate only to find that Feng Yan was actually crippled, losing one leg. This naturally made him furious, but before he had even acted out, he was struck down to the ground by a fist, causing him to be slightly muddled. He Jingchu raised his head to look at Rain Emperor, frowned, and said, "You're only half a step into the flower blossom. How could you possibly have such battle prowess?" "You don't need to know." Rain Emperor remained domineering. He Jingchu couldn't understand. He naturally knew that the power of the nation could raise one's strength, but was it so exaggerated? When he was younger, he'd adventured in the 9 nations of the desolate north. When he was young, sparring with a few former emperors with the power of the Nation, it certainly raised their battle prowess, but only a few stars. It was never as exaggerated as exceeding the mortal men. This generation's Rain Emperor seemed to be a bit too powerful. He Jingchu looked at Feng Yan and said, "This child is the Sect's elder Shi's direct disciple, yet he has been crippled. This lord needs an explanation." "What explanation do you need?" Rain Emperor snorted. He was hurt in a fair fight everyone witnessed. "What explanation does this emperor need to give you? You can take him and leave. If you want revenge, all right. Let him cultivate until he's strong enough to reclaim his glory himself." He Jingchu considered it a bit, and said, "This lord will take the one who committed the crime." Being able to say this, He Jingchu had given Rain Emperor enough face, because the Winter Moon Sect's disciple was still in Rain Country and crippled in front of the Rain Emperor. Yet, he didn't expect Rain Emperor to take associated responsibility, truly unlike the ways of the Winter Moon Sect. Rain Emperor gave no face at all, and said, "Your ears have problems." This emperor said that it was a fair fight, and Feng Yan can take back his reputation himself. He Jingchu couldn't help but be infuriated, and said, "Rain Emperor, you're not giving this lord any face? On my territory, why should I give you face? Who do you think you are, daring to threaten me?" Rain Emperor said threateningly, his fiery presence as an emperor incomparably domineering. Everyone's blood boiled. A flower blossom tier warrior was admonished like a dog. Rain Emperor was truly domineering. An emperor like this truly made them admire him from the bottom of their hearts. If they had to sacrifice their lives for him, they would. He Jingchu was so infuriated that his eyebrows and beard bristled. He said angrily, "Such enormous nerve, looks like Rain Country is going to change an emperor." He brazenly attacked. Chapter 278, Rain Emperor Strikes Again. Reverie _ The flower blossom tier warriors broke away from the mortal body, and each movement they made could make mountains and rivers burst open, being extremely terrifying. He Jingchu attacked in rage, hurling a fist that turned into rock like a lofty mountain. It flapped its wings towards the hill, blowing up a terrifying strong wind like sabers and swords. Ka ka ka, the hill immediately crumbled. Rain Emperor swung his sleeve. Ling Han and the other three were swept down the hill while enveloped by a gentle power. Although they fell onto the ground, they weren't hurt at all. "You want to fight? This emperor will fight you till you're content." The hill already crumbled, but Rain Emperor still stood proudly on the original location of the hilltop, standing in midair and emitting unflinching aggressiveness. Under the power of the nation, he was only half a step into the flower blossom, but already had the full abilities of a flower blossom tier warrior. "Follow this emperor." Rain Emperor broke through space, soaring into the sky. He Jingchu naturally wouldn't be terrified, soaring into the sky as well. In a short moment, flashes of brilliance filled the sky, and the terrifying power surge came like the sea tide. The coercive pressure was like a mountain that shocked everyone's heart. This battle would definitely make countless people lose their will to pursue martial arts, leaving them trembling anxiously in memory of this coercive pressure for the rest of their days. However, some geniuses would definitely overcome the fear in their hearts, crossing into a vaster land. In the sky, the great battle continued, but no one could see exactly what the situation was. Even Ling Han couldn't see it at all due to the distance, judging it only with the power surges he felt. Theoretically, being only half a step in the flower blossom tier, Rain Emperor would definitely not rival He Jingchu, but this generation's Rain Emperor was a distinguished genius with the power of the nation. He had the full power of a flower blossom tier warrior, so it wasn't easy to predict the outcome of the battle. Besides, Rain Emperor's unparalleled bellicosity allowed him to thoroughly utilize the power of the nation. It could be seen from the Son of Heaven fist technique he created just how surprising this Rain Emperor's innate talents were. Ling Han acknowledged it tacitly. It was no wonder Rain Emperor decided to abdicate so quickly. His target wasn't merely the flower blossom tier, but the spiritual infant, or even the deity transformation and the heaven tiers. Staying on Rain Country's throne, the skies above him would be too small. Half an hour later, He Jingchu and Rain Emperor flew down from the sky at almost the same time. Both of them stood proudly, and it was unclear who had won or lost. He Jingchu stared coldly at Rain Emperor for a long while before he said, "This incident won't be over like this." He reached out, picked up Feng Yan, and turned to leave. With a few steps, he was already at the horizon, disappearing without a trace. Everyone felt greatly relieved. It was a flower blossom tier warrior demonstrating his power after all. The pressure was too great, it made everyone lose their breath. Afterwards, everyone looked at Rain Emperor with an ardent gaze. Too powerful, he actually forced a flower blossom tier cultivator to leave. The Winter Moon Sect was a terrifying leviathan in the north region. If a flower blossom tier warrior ran to the 9 nations of the desolate north, even the emperors should tremble in fear and dare not to have a bit of neglect in their reception of them, right? But Rain Emperor was powerful and attacked unhesitantly, chasing away He Jingchu. He was worthy of being a country's overlord. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Everyone started shouting like a tidal wave, even the heads of the 8 great clans. A powerful cultivator with assertiveness like this made them most willing to entrust him their lives. Rain Emperor nodded and jumped, flying directly back to the imperial palace. A voice then came, "Ling Han, enter the palace to see this emperor." Again. Everyone looked enviously at Ling Han, as Rain Emperor very rarely summoned someone for audience alone. However, in the short time of half a month, Ling Han had been continually summoned twice, truly making people envious. Ling Han remained indifferent to favors. Based on his temperament, it wouldn't be possible to agitate him. He carried Hu Niu, and nodded towards Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiu, and the others, putting all conversations off after he headed back to his quarters. He completely had no mood to deal with other people's good wishes. He observed Hu Niu's condition as he walked. Fortunately, Hu Niu had only passed out, and was perhaps injured a little, but she had already recovered for the most part. This little girl was also a freak. Ling Han stopped worrying and returned to his quarters at Huyang Academy. He put Hu Niu into the Black Tower, then opened the box that contained the eye of truth. There was actually an eyeball inside. It seemed to be a human eyeball, but the strange thing was that it was hard as iron and stone. Moreover, a gash ran deep into the eyeball. Looking at the shape, it should have come from an arrow. Apparently, the owner of the eyeball was shot and wounded by an arrow, and when the arrow was pulled out, the eyeball came out along with it. Ling Han examined closely. On the eyeball was some black extravasated blood, emitting an indistinct aura that made people afraid. However, it was from too long ago, so the presence that remained was but an empty shell, very subtle in its power. The eyeball's owner was at least in the heaven tier when alive. Ling Han made his judgment. If not for the depth of this wound that destroyed the martial intent within, it should have terrifying powers even now. Cultivating the eye of truth, one's eye would also be tempered otherwise. If the eye was struck by a martial artist of the same level, the whole eyeball should have exploded, and not end up with just a hole. Ling Han was once a formidable warrior of the heaven tier, so he clearly knew the power and limits of this tier. The eyes were definitely the most fragile part. With the protection of origin power, it was still all right, but once that was broken through, the attack would go straight into the brain. The inheritance of a mystical power was a bit special, as it couldn't be formed into words or characters. Normally, it was passed on through the bloodline, from parents to children. If outsiders wanted to learn it, then they could only use one way. For example, the eye of truth was fathomed out by directly taking the eye and hand of the black demon by studying the palm. Ling Han wasn't in a rush to study it, storing the eyeball inside the Black Tower. He first had to go to the Imperial Palace. Rain Emperor summoned him for a meeting. He had to give him face. After all, Rain Emperor forcefully intervened, blocking He Jingchu for him. Although he showed his status as a high-level black-grade alchemy master, so He Jingchu wouldn't dare go too far. A favor was a favor after all. Ling Han headed towards the Imperial Palace. Halfway there, he felt his hand tremble, and a thought rushed forth. It was strange fire. It ate a part of the demonic chi, became full of it and hibernated. It was inactive these few days, but now it finally awoke. Yaya. Strange fire sent him a thought expressing its happiness. Ling Han could feel that strange fire was certainly somewhat stronger now. However, it immediately showed its thirst, desiring to devour more demonic chi. No more, no more. Ling Han said impatiently, sending the thought through his divine sense as well. Otherwise, if he were speaking to himself, that would make others think he was insane. I'll get more for you later, but you also have to properly do some work. Yaya. Strange fire flashed, maybe acquiescing or maybe expressing its discontent. Put it in the Black Tower. I have a way to increase the fire's power, Small Tower suddenly said. Really? Ling Han said despite himself. Actually, he already knew Tool spirits couldn't lie. Tool spirits had the word spirit in their name, but they could never become a living being, so naturally they possessed no concept or ability to lie. However, what Small Tower said was somewhat surprising, making him feel shocked. Really, Small Tower said calmly. Chapter 279, Plans in Days to Come. Reverie _ Ling Han immediately put the strange fire into the Black Tower, only to see strange fire immediately jump joyously inside. This world was so much larger than the palm that it could only hibernate in. Small Tower appeared, and with a wang, a flash of light enveloped the strange fire. Yaya. The strange fire wanted to run, but it could only sway continuously, as if in fear. Hopefully, small tower won't torment it to death, Ling Han thought to himself. He stopped paying attention to the strange fire. Ahead, the Imperial Palace was in sight. Zai Xiang was already at the Imperial Palace's large entrance. Seeing Ling Han arrive so slowly, he couldn't help but reveal a shred of discontent and say, "You have the impudence to make His Majesty wait so long, such nerve you have." Ling Han glared at him and said, "To put blame on me would be for His Majesty. What the hell are you yelling for?" "You," Zai Xiang glared, looking fierce. "Don't you, oh you. I'm a high-level black-grade alchemist, even His Majesty humbly calls me Grandmaster Ling. You're so arrogant, is it because you think you're more kick-ass than His Majesty? Hee, you're the one with the nerve, Captain Zai." Ling Han laughed. Zai Xiang was momentarily startled. Ling Han was certainly right. A high-level black-grade alchemist was a big boss of alchemy in Rain Country. Even the Rain Emperor had to respect Ling Han as a distinguished guest. However, he berated him for the sake of the Rain Emperor, but how come it turned out that he was showing contempt for the Rain Emperor? Something was definitely wrong. He had the utmost talent in martial arts, but lacked extremely in worldly wisdom. Led on by Ling Han, he instantly became confused. "Since you're rude to me, then I don't have to give you face, either. I'm leaving." Ling Han turned to leave. "Wait." Zai Xiang hurriedly chased after him and said, "His Majesty wants to see you, you can't leave." Ling Han glared at him, simply pretending not to hear. Zai Xiang finally reacted and said, "Grandmaster Ling, His Majesty summons you. Please follow me. Be more quick-witted in the future. It's not wrong to put your thoughts on martial arts, but you can't cultivate all day, cultivating yourself into a dolt," Ling Han said casually. Zai Xiang was so angry the corner of his mouth twitched, but he could only give in, fearing Ling Han would turn to leave again. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. It was his second life as a man. Could he not control a hothead? The two arrived once again at Main Heaven Hall. Zai Xiang went to guard the palace door while Ling Han walked in. Rain Emperor sat on the throne, but this time, there wasn't a Su Ku Xian leaning by the side of his legs. Presumably, the deal she made with Rain Emperor was concluded, and with the acquirement of 10 foundation building pills, she already left the Imperial Palace, running off to some remote place to cultivate in seclusion. She'd come out again after breaking through to the spiritual pedestal tier. "In days to come, what are your plans?" Rain Emperor asked directly. Ling Han pondered, and said, "I should be leaving Rain Country." "That's right, the Winter Moon Sect is a large sect after all. This emperor can force a flower blossom tier warrior to leave, but next time, if someone in the spiritual infant tier comes, this emperor won't be able to oppose them," Rain Emperor said without any empty boasts like, "Even if a person in the spiritual infant tier comes, I'd be able to hold them off." This however did not whittle down his forcefulness. Rain Emperor paused, and then said, "This emperor will soon abdicate. The seventh one has unyielding integrity, but his strength is ultimately too weak." Ling Han nodded. No matter how hard the neck of the seventh prince was, his cultivation of the element gathering tier was a shortcoming. Even with the grasp the power of the nation, he'd still bend before someone in the spiritual ocean tier. Although Rain Country still had a flower blossom tier warrior overseeing things, it could be seen from their consistent low profile that they wouldn't intervene unless it was a crucial moment when the country was in peril. If Rain Emperor abdicated and the Winter Moon Sect came again to demand they hand over a person, the seventh prince definitely wouldn't be able to bear such pressure. This wasn't an issue of whether he conceded or not. Martial arts looked at whose fist was the biggest, and Rain Emperor used his strength to expel He Zhengchu. "I plan on taking a stroll at the Star Brilliance Palace Hall and get an Earth-grade alchemy master certification to play with," he said. Across the vast lands, probably only Ling Han had the qualifications to say, "Get an Earth-grade alchemy master certification to play with." Even in a place like the North region, Earth-grade alchemy masters were prestigious beings anyone needed to call them master. However, for a Grand Master of Alchemy, an Earth-grade alchemy master certificate truly was child's play, too easy. He now crossed into the gushing spring tier, and was not far from the spiritual ocean tier. The strange fire's power increased quite a bit, becoming more than capable of refining Earth-grade medicinal pills. With an Earth-grade alchemy master certificate as a protective talisman, there wouldn't be as many people who would dare lay their hands on him in the open. As for covertly, it would be hard to say. If one was assassinated, the background didn't matter even if you were the son of someone in the Shattering Void tier, so what? Rain Emperor laughed and said, "You can leave at ease. This emperor will take care of the Yuan king, and protect the Ling family in your stead. You will always be Rain Country's man. This emperor will make sure you have no lingering anxieties." "Thank you, your majesty." Ling Han saluted with hands folded. This personal favor he certainly needed, otherwise, he could only move Ling Danxing and the rest into the Black Tower. Rain Emperor gave him face not because Rain Emperor had to, but because as an emperor of men, he needed to consider Rain Country as a whole. An Earth-grade alchemy master, not to mention whether or not Ling Han would refine medicinal pills for Rain Country, the reputation alone would attract countless alchemy masters' pilgrimage. It could be seen that hereafter, Rain Country's strength would prosper and be the best of the 9 nations of the desolate north. If the Winter Moon Sect sends someone over, they'd get here in 10 days at the fastest, Rain Emperor reminded. Ling Han nodded and said, "In 5 days, I will set out." "Very well then." Rain Emperor revealed a smile. "Your accomplishments in alchemy surprised this emperor, and even your talents in martial arts shocked this emperor. Live well, and perhaps, tens of years later, this emperor will see a rising star appear on the stage of the vast lands, shining and stunning the world." Ling Han snickered. That was inevitable. Even if he were an idiot at martial arts, he would still become a dazzling star based on his status as a Grand Master of Alchemy in his previous life. He also thought highly of Rain Emperor for letting go of the throne. After Rain Emperor left the Rain Country, he would lose the power of the nation, but he would also be able to focus his thoughts completely on martial arts. He was an exceptional martial arts talent and his accomplishments in the future could be extremely shocking. Honestly, he even had the thought of taking him as disciple, but if he were to say it aloud, he would definitely be smashed to death. Go. Rain Emperor summoned him to have him leave Rain Country, so since Ling Han already had such plans, there naturally was nothing more to say. Ling Han left the Imperial Palace, heading back to Huyang Academy. There were still 5 days, he had to make arrangements. He was naturally going to offer to take along Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiao, and the others. Zhu Wujiao and Guang Yuan had no objections, willing to leave Rain Country with Ling Han. They had nothing that would make them reluctant to leave, but Jin Wuji and Li Hao couldn't let go of their families and loved ones, politely declining Ling Han's invitation. Ling Han didn't force them, everyone had their own goals. Contrariwise, Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan were awfully desperate. They followed him unequivocally. Chapter 280, Returning to the Grey Cloud Town. Reverie _ Rain Emperor was swift in his decision, issuing an imperial decree to pass the throne to the 7th prince. As for the eldest prince and the 3rd prince, they were relocated to the border garrisons, and their lands were taken back. It was obvious that they were going to die of old age outside the walls, never to return to the imperial capital in this lifetime. This suited Rain Emperor's assertiveness. Even if it were his own son, he'd either not intervene or go all out. The eldest prince and 3rd prince thus withdrew from the Rain Country's political stage. No matter how overwhelmingly influential they were before, in front of the emperor's power, they were so fragile that they had no power to retaliate. They couldn't even bargain or find a quiet place to grow old. However, this guaranteed that the emperor's power was smoothly passed on. Without the eldest prince and the 3rd prince to incite trouble, the 7th prince's claim to the throne was naturally as steady as Mount Tai. Besides, with Rain Emperor's previous forceful intervention, which implanted an invincible impression of him in the 8 great clans' minds, even if the 7th prince was still young with cultivation merely in the element-gathering tier, who would dare look down on him? Rain Emperor was a fierce man who dared to punch the Winter Moon Sect's spiritual pedestal tier cultivator, and even compelled a flower blossom tier warrior to leave. Actually, most of the people didn't wish for Rain Emperor to abdicate. After all, Rain Emperor just demonstrated his domineering power. In everyone's mind, he was like a god, but who could sway the thoughts of such an overlord? The rise of the new emperor was set 10 days later, but Ling Han couldn't wait until that day. After he completely settled the leftover matters in the imperial city, he set out to return to Grey Cloud Town. Heading to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall was a decision he carefully deliberated over, because in order to repair Ling Dongxing's spirit base, the Rain country simply didn't have the last 3 main medicinal ingredients. Only after setting sights on a place so vast like the whole North region could he obtain the remaining 3 main medicinal ingredients. Those were ingredients used to concoct a middle-level Earth-grade medicine. After all, even an affluent sect like the Winter Moon Sect would view them as treasures. Those who accompanied him were Guan Yuan, Zhu Wujiu, Qin Yi, Lu Yutong, Li Sichan, Zhu Hexian, and Qi Zhantai, who Niu had already woken up like nothing ever happened, alive and kicking and too full of vigor. As expected, she could eat and sleep, and take a Biatinga small beast she was. Niu's not a small beast, Niu's a small fairy. Hu Niu giggled and kissed Ling Han on the cheek, making Li Sichan and Lu Yutong's beautiful faces turn green. After experiencing the forced marriage, Lu Yutong was completely disillusioned with her family, single-mindedly following her master. Li Sichan's reasons were much grander: to learn alchemy from Ling Han. Her comprehension of alchemy was certainly decent, and that was why Ling Han didn't object to her following him. Ken Ye's reason was even simpler. He complied with the promise to follow Ling Han until the day he could defeat Ling Han. Zhu Hexian heard Ling Han was headed to the Star Brilliance Hall, so he naturally groveled along. To speak of the many alchemy masters, his relationship with Ling Han was still the tightest, since the bond was formed when Ling Han was the weakest, and this friendship was much deeper than that with others. Thus, Ling Han wouldn't mind giving pointers to the old man, except Zhu Hexian's talents were limited and high-level black-grade alchemy master was the most he could become. Despite the fact Zhu Hexing was still awfully excited, in the Rain country, that was the title of a big boss of alchemy. Qi Zhantai was completely beating around the bush, once saying she would learn alchemy from Ling Han, then saying she was headed to Deyuan City to visit relatives. Anyways, she followed like a sticky candy, but Ling Han decided that once they arrived at Deyuan City, he was going to leave her behind. They weren't close, after all. 5 days later, they returned to Deyuan City. First, they left Qi Zhantai with Deyuan King, who returned early. They then headed to the Grey Cloud Town. The Ling family was already rebuilt, and now was the only affluent family in the Grey Cloud Town. However, Ling Dongxing was not tyrannical in his ways. Even though they controlled the entire Grey Cloud Town's business, the Ling family still left some crumbs for the small families. Everyone got along quite well. Seeing Ling Han return, Ling Dongxian was naturally exulted. Deyuan King returned early, bringing the news that Ling Han became a high-level black-grade alchemist. Therefore, not only was the Ling family delighted, the entire town created a stir, coming to congratulate one after another. High-level black-grade alchemist. There were only 2 of them in the entire Rain country, and in Deyuan City, it was most Kika 7. Deyuan King had to give a solemn salute, calling Ling Han Grandmaster. Good. 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 Ling Dongxing was so excited that tears came running out. He already knew his son was not a fish in the pond, and traveling to the imperial capital would definitely allow him to soar, but never would he have thought his son would soar so fiercely and so high. He simply hugged Ling Han tightly, patted Ling Han's back continuously, chocked with emotion and unable to speak a word. For so many years, he had thought his son a waste, making him feel extremely ashamed to have failed his wife. Now, his son was finally soaring, making him feel that even if he died now, he would have the face to see his wife. Ling Han took out food from the Black Tower. Let alone vegetables and fruits, he also took some cows and sheep. After the chef handled it and served it to the table, the smell alone made everyone's eyes fixed on it, almost making them drool. It's Niu's. Hu Niu puckered up niggardly, but she couldn't go against Ling Han, so she just started eating desperately. Her idea was simple: simply put everything in her stomach, that way she wouldn't lose out. This little girl swept like a whirlwind, quickly destroying the food on her table, then running off to another table to begin her great slaughter. This made all the guests not care about face, fighting over the food desperately. Ping ping, pang pang, the courtyards was filled with the sounds of chopsticks on plates and chewing. These things were truly too delicious, so no one opened their mouth to speak, worrying that they'd get one less bite. This wasn't a baseless worry, as each person was as if they were hungry for 3 days and 3 nights. That was truly called having covetous red eyes, wishing to strangle everyone else at the same table so that others would stop eating and let them alone eat to their own content. It was over. Such delicious food couldn't be forgotten once eaten. How could they live without eating it from now on? Ling Han left the Ling family many ingredients, since the Black Tower's space was ridiculously large anyways, forming its own world. Not to mention just the Ling family, even if the entire Rain Country's people were to live in here based off of the vegetables and livestock raised in the Black Tower, it was enough that people wouldn't starve to death. In these few days, several batches of vegetables in the Black Tower were already harvested and new seeds were sprayed, growing on fields and more fields. Besides, inside the Black Tower, Ling Han was like a god. Reap and sow only needed a thought and didn't have to personally do it. Ling Han still asked Ling Dongxing's opinion on whether or not he wanted to live in the Black Tower. This way, he could guarantee the Ling family's absolute safety, but Ling Dongxing already considered carefully, deciding to remain in Grey Cloud Town. Here were the Ling family's roots. More than that, the Ling family's people bled here, that made Ling Dongxing even more unwilling to leave, promising to build a better Ling family. Ling Han naturally wouldn't force him. He left almost all his silver notes, and then refined large amounts of low-level medicinal pills. With these 2 things, it would be hard not to be strong even if the Ling family didn't want to be. Money houses were ran by the Rain Country's imperial family. These silver notes were useless paper once out of the Rain Country, who would let you trade for true gold. Therefore, Ling Han only exchanged for a few gold silvers to bring on him, enough to set out. Moreover, the currency that circulated in the vast lands was not gold-silver, but origin power crystals. Chapter 281, Extracting a Mystical Power. Reverie _ After staying in Grey Cloud Town for 3 days, Ling Han began his travel. Ling Han temporarily had no plans to expose the Black Tower, so the party hired 2 carriages, wobbling on the way as they headed to the border of the Rain Country. The speed wasn't fast, but it was unimportant since Ling Han was not in a rush. In the party, Ling Han, Lu Yutong, Li Si-chan, and Hu Niu were in one carriage, while Guang Yuan, Zhu Wujiu, Qin Yi, and Zhu He-xian were in the other. As for why Ling Han sat on the same carriage as the 2 beauties, Guang Yuan and the others naturally understood. Actually, they didn't understand at all. Ling Han and the others spent most of their time in the Black Tower. The space there was 10,000 times more comfortable than the carriage. Ling Han already built a gorgeous residence inside the Black Tower. Similar to the floating palace inside the Devil's Sky Mystery Realm, this residence also floated in the air, but wasn't supported by formation since it was in a separate dimension Ling Han had a complete control of. It was of course no problem to directly erase gravity in a designated area. Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan loved to live in here, making them feel a mistress' secret delight. However, Hu Niu would always pick the right time to break their illusions, reminding them that Ling Han belongs to Niu. This space was originally extremely monotonous, but Ling Han rearranged it, creating mountains and rivers in this endless plain. At this moment, he sat by the side of a lake, holding an eyeball. Trivial matters were resolved. He should begin to cultivate the eye of truth. He pressed the eyeball against his left eye, activating a surge of consciousness that entered the eyeball. Suddenly, blowing up with a bang inside his consciousness, mysterious scenes formed one after another. This was the Eye of Truth's magical effect. He saw that the Eye of Truth could see through an enemy's weak points, own flaws, labyrinths, thick slab stones, and, in the last scene, he even saw a martial artist's eye shine, obliterating a star in the sky. He was suddenly startled, and his consciousness left the eyeball like tidal water. Everything returned. This eyeball was definitely from a heaven-tier warrior's body, but the glowing eye of truth that could destroy even a star completely surpassed the heaven tier's limits. In other words, a warrior of the shattering void tier or even the almighty god tier that cultivated the eye of truth could blow up stars with a glance. This was the true potential of the eye of truth. Ling Han sighed. In his previous life, he lived in his own world, knowing only to refine pills. He completely didn't know the world was actually so vast that it surpassed his imagination. The heaven tier really wasn't much. Fortunately, his body was obliterated by the Black Tower, passing through millennia and living once again. This time, he would live an extremely exciting life, battling all the formidable cultivators in the world and trampling over all geniuses. He pressed the eyeball close again, starting to extract the martial intent within. This was the only way to acquire mystical powers not inherited via his family's bloodline. The imperial family had the eyeball for countless years, yet they couldn't learn the mystical power because they didn't have the ability to activate the fragmented martial intent. However, Ling Han was different. He had a shred of the heaven tier divine sense. To say the least, he also had the Black Tower, and he was like a god in there. Inside Ling Han's consciousness, countless lines of fabric shone, forming characters. Not one character had meaning, for they weren't written word or patterns. This was martial intent's manifestation, which couldn't be expressed with language or words, surpassing them. Otherwise, how could a human obtain the mystical power a beast possessed? Ling Han was like a sponge, continuously absorbing this martial intent, understanding and permeating it with his heaven-tier comprehension. On his body, several flashes of gem-like light propagated. This was because a mystical power's level was high, making heaven and earth resonate. For now, it took him a day and a night. Fortunately, he had already said not to call them if they didn't go out, thus the carriage was not disturbed all this time. Neither Guang Yuan nor the coachman knocked on the door. However, it was tough on Guang Yuan and the others, who were addicted to the ingredients Ling Han had prepared before. Now that Ling Han wasn't coming out, they could only eat roadside tavern food, which naturally tasted completely different. The texture was like chewing wax, angering them to the point that they almost smashed the store. Ling Han let the three girls out so as to avoid attracting suspicions. He stayed in the tower to continue comprehending the eye of truth. 13 days later, this eyeball suddenly turned into ash. Ling Han already acquired the eye of truth's legacy, extracting all the martial intent within. Thus, this eyeball naturally could no longer be preserved. Mystical powers were all like this, only inheritable by one person, or giving birth to more. Unfortunately, this eyeball was shot by an arrow, which erased much of the martial intent. I didn't acquire the full inheritance. Ling Han sighed, appearing extremely regretful. The good thing is that this part was the highest level of the inheritance, and I can't unleash it fully now. Besides, when I reach the shattering void tier, or even the god tier, I might have the chance to acquire the complete eye of truth. Now, my eye of truth should be somewhat refined, right? Ling Han opened his right eye, and in his gaze, large stars rushed forth, then exploded one by one. This was very surprising. He focused his eye and looked into the distance, only to find that his eyesight increased by a whole lot. Not only could he see further, but also clearer. Regardless of size, the field of view emerged in his consciousness. Combined with his heaven-tier divine sense, useless information was discarded, and only the useful details were sent to his consciousness for his reference. He raised his hand to see that the details of his skin were infinitely enlarged. He could clearly see the pores on his skin, and with a closer look, he could indistinctly see the blood rushing underneath. However, only a short while later, he felt his eye ache, causing him to hurriedly deactivate the eye of truth. His right eye immediately returned to normal. Other than the massive increase in vision, there was no other difference. He revealed a faint smile. The eye of truth was already refined, and only needed to be gradually strengthened afterwards. However, activation of the Eye of Truth expends power of the soul and not origin power. Strange. Ling Han shook his head. In his previous life, he had only heard of mystical powers, but never cultivated one. Therefore, he didn't know whether that was unique to the Eye of Truth or if all mystical powers were activated through power of the soul. He stopped thinking, and as his figure swayed, he was already outside the Black Tower. They were almost at the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. The vast lands were separated into 5 large regions, which were North, South, East, and West, and Middle State. As the name implies, Middle State was situated in the middle of the vast lands and was where martial arts were the most prosperous. Then came the 4 large regions, North, South, East, and West. Out of the 4 regions, North region's martial arts level was the weakest. A spiritual infant tier warrior could rule the roost, unlike the other 3 regions, where at least a heaven tier cultivator kept watch. The 9 nations of the desolate north were in the northernmost part of the vast lands. Outside of the Rain Country, situated north was a no man's land, and further ahead was the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, the only connection between the 9 nations of the desolate north and the North region. Chapter 282, Fallen Moon Gorge. Reverie _ A palace hall naturally couldn't block the road. In actuality, the Star Brilliance Palace Hall was situated inside a gorge. This gorge was the path that had to be taken from the 9 nations of the desolate north to the North region. This gorge was called the Fallen Moon Gorge. According to legends, this was originally a tall mountain, and the North region ended here. There was no way of crossing it because on top of the mountain a terrifying presence circulated, and even spiritual infant tier cultivators would fall victim to it. However, an unknown number of years ago, the night sky's moon suddenly fell, chopping the mountaintop into a gorge, and thus it received the name of the Fallen Moon Gorge. It was precisely this gorge that opened up a road. Some courageous martial artists passed through the gorge to enter the primitive areas. Through continuous battles with beasts, the 9 nations of the desolate north were established at last, expanding the North region's territory. Now, the tall mountain was still insurmountable, so one could only walk through the Fallen Moon Gorge. Therefore, this place was extremely lively. Every day, there were large amounts of martial artists that came from the 9 nations, wanting to widen their horizons, and some martial artists that returned from the North region, going back to their homes. Moreover, there were large amounts of merchants that brought specialty products of 9 nations of the desolate north to the North region or vice versa. The profits were great, but their endeavor was extremely dangerous because the land outside of the 9 nations of the desolate north was a lawless area, where robberies and killings happened at every moment. From here to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall was only half a day's travel, but this part of the road was also the most dangerous. Fortunately, the 2 carriages belonged to Storm Mercenaries, an extremely strong force in the Fallen Moon Gorge region. Normally speaking, no one would dare get any ideas about a cart with the Storm Mercenaries flag. Ling Han carried Hu Niu and sat on top of the carriage. In his previous life, he spent most of his time in the pill refining room, studying. Only in his late years did he walk outside to venture historic sites, increasing his knowledge. In this lifetime, he didn't plan on missing out on various extraordinary sights. At this moment, they already entered the Fallen Moon Gorge. The 2 sides had steep cliffs that towered like clouds. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth, but he still couldn't see the mountaintop, yet he could see the vicious chi that was emitted on the mountain walls. This presence made even him feel somewhat nervous. In other words, even if he'd come here with the heaven tier strength, he also would have to be very careful. It looked like the legend was not just a legend, having a certain degree of truth to it. However, what surprised Ling Han was that underneath the gorge were fields of medicinal ingredients, growing very well. These medicinal ingredients planted here won't be stolen? Ling Han asked, feeling it strange. Guang Yuan stepped up having heard that. No one dares. These medicinal fields are allotted by the Star Brilliance Palace Hall to farmers to plant. If anyone dared steal medicine, they'd be arrested by the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's order. Bandits don't dare steal, either, because they need medicinal pills too, and if those with money won't sell it, what can they do? Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Alchemists were certainly a group that exceeded the norms. It was no wonder alchemists were all proud. No matter how strong a martial artist was, they couldn't do without medicinal pills, naturally feeding the arrogance of alchemy masters. The carriage advanced slowly, and after a while, suddenly the sound of dispute was heard ahead. Though Ling Han didn't like meddling in other people's business, he could do nothing about his increased cultivation that strengthened his hearing. Even if he didn't want to hear it, he still did as the voices of dispute drifted here. This price is really too low. Not only can we not make money, but also will sustain losses. Young Master Fu, show some compassion, and take it as following last year's price. Humph, we want to see Chief Luo. How come the price is lower year after year? How do you expect us farmers to live? Ling Han focused his gaze. The eye of truth easily penetrated the layers of leaves, only to see a group of roughly 100 farmers that burned with rage, surrounding 3 people. These 3 people were obviously the important and the less important. The former was a 20-year-old youngster who wore an embroidered gown, looking extremely haughty. The other 2 were probably errand men that were 30 or so years old, guarding the side of the youngster. What does whether you live or not have to do with this young master? The youngster snorted. Immediately send the medicinal herbs to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall at this price. In 3 days, if the medicinal field still has a stock of medicinal herb left, this master will cut off whomever's dog head. Too unjust. With such a low price, not to mention how busy we'll be this year, we'll have to sell our sons and daughters to maintain our living. How could you do this? Are you trying to hound us to death? The farmers cried out successively, each one waving a medicinal hoe, appearing extremely worked up. The youngster in embroidered clothes sneered, and said, "Oh, you guys have the nerve to actually dare act impudently in front of this young master. Could you want this young master to sortie Star Defense Force, arresting all of you?" There were many farmers, but each one was a normal person. This youngster was a surprisingly in the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier. It was equivalent to a group of ants surrounding an elephant, completely ineffective. Yet, this youngster used some Star Defense Force to scare them. It was not a superfluous action, it was intended to scare these farmers into giving their lives to make money for him. Otherwise, how could he have such great patience instead of just resorting to murder? As expected, after the farmers heard the 3 words, Star Defense Force, they all involuntarily shivered. Some of them knelt down at once and said, "Young Master Fu, we beg of you, give us a way out. With just this purchase money, we'll really starve to death. Young Master Fu, please." Even more people knelt down, kowtowing towards the youngster. Amongst them, there was no lack of old and gray-haired men. "Get lost." The youngster threw a kick, turning over the person who blocked in front. "Harvest the herbs for this young master, and if these medicinal herbs still haven't been sent to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall 3 days later, this young master will dispatch the Star Defense Force, arresting all of you despicable people." "Young Master Fu, you're really hounding us to death?" There were still several people who hadn't knelt. Their eyes were red through and through, staring fiercely at the youngster in embroidered clothes. The youngster in embroidered clothes wiped his nose and said coldly, "What the hell does it have to do with this young master whether you guys die or not? If you don't take care of business for me, then this young master will make you wish for death. Remember, 3 days, just 3 days' time," he added with an expression full of disgust. In his eyes, these normal people who weren't even in the body refining tier were tools used to make money for him. If a group died, then just changed to another one, making money. Him making lots of money was the most important thing. Ling Han immediately understood that the Star Brilliance Palace Hall hired these farmers to plant the medicinal herbs. This youngster was in charge of collecting it, but he lowered the purchase price to a point lower than the production costs, naturally making these farmers quit. This person was truly tyrannical, lowering the price to the point of hounding people to death. To kill the goose that laid the golden egg, wasn't this forcing people to rebel? What an unbridled youngster. Guang Yuan snorted. Based on his spiritual ocean tier's hearing, he naturally heard clearly. He might not pity the farmers, but the feeling of contempt for the youngster's methods still arose within him. After all, someone in the gushing spring tier bullying some normal people only to make a little more money was disgraceful no matter how one looked at it. This lord shall see just how amazing he is. He jumped off the carriage. Ling Han crossed his hands behind his back and followed behind, while Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan stayed on the carriage. Since Ling Han came forward personally, what incident couldn't be solved? Chapter 283, Hound to Death. Reverie _ Hunyo jumped out and leaned on Ling Han's back. Her small face was full of excitement. She hadn't fought for a long time, which made her feel uncomfortable. Young Master Fu, please. Please. Seeing the youngster in embroidered clothes about to leave, the farmers chased crawling on their knees one after another. Some blocked his front, and two hugged his legs. The youngster in embroidered clothes instantly revealed an expression of extreme disdain, flicking his legs and sending the two who hugged his legs flying. With a resentful face, he said, "Contemptible things, you dare to touch this young master with dirty hands? Beat them." The two servants immediately started to move, rolling up their sleeves. They were about to catch the two that were sent flying. Pa! Pa! A young child ran out and dove onto one of the farmer's body, turning to say, "I won't allow you to beat my pa." The two servants halted slightly, but the youngster in embroidered clothes snorted and said, "What, you two can't even win against a child?" This made the two instantly shiver, hurriedly breaking into a run again. Brute, not even letting children go. Fight it out with him. We're going to starve to death anyways, why not kill him? A life for a life. Hearing what the youngster embroidered clothing said, the farmer's fierce nature was completely incited. Since they weren't given a way out, then other than putting up a desperate fight, what else could they do? However, in front of someone in the gushing spring tier, no matter how strong their will to fight to the death was, it would be useless. Such an arrogant child. Guang Yuan spoke out in a coldly. The youngster in embroidered clothing turned and saw Guang Yuan. Filled with ferocity, apparently not a member of a large sect or family, his attire was extremely garish and presence strong. Obviously, the other party was a lone martial artist. He turned around and said, "Such foolish audacity, actually daring to insult this young master. A mutt from the 9 nations of the desolate north that thinks himself strong and able to run amok in the world? Bullsh. Let this young master teach you how to be a proper mutt. Tuck your tail in. Such a cheap mouth needs a beating." Guang Yuan snorted, taking large strides forward. "This young master is Qing Kai Fu, you dare touch a single ah." The youngster in embroidered clothing thought to threaten Guang Yuan a little, but didn't expect to be slapped onto the ground by Guang Yuan. It was so painful that he couldn't continue the words that came after. Unless the youngster had Ling Han's ability, it was only a given that someone in the gushing spring tier would end up like this when facing an opponent in the spiritual ocean tier. Seeing this youngster called Qing Kai Fu slapped to the ground, quite a few farmers instantly started crying out, all of a sudden harboring a favorable impression towards Guang Yuan. "You actually dare to hit this young master?" Qing Kai Fu crawled up with a face full of dirt, appearing extremely disorderly. His expression was like that of a cannibal, greatly revealing his viciousness. "Pa!" Guang Yuan threw another slap and sent Qing Kai Fu sprawling onto the ground again. This was Guang Yuan holding back, otherwise, a spiritual infant tier warrior's attack could have killed him in one hit. "This lord, please show mercy." A middle-aged farmer pleaded with Guang Yuan. Guang Yuan was startled, and then said, "He's hounding you guys to death and you actually plead for him?" "Young Master Fu is an important person who won't argue with us," the farmer said. "This lord, please let young Master Fu go, we'll plead with young Master Fu again. Young Master Fu will definitely show magnanimity of an important person, giving us a way out." This was the standard servant behavior. Even having been forced to destruction, they still held an unreal delusion. It had to be said that there was a big market for such delusions. immediately moving many people. They were just farmers and not warriors, picking up the hoe to fight after being hot-headed all of a sudden. Now that they were blown by a cold wind, their courage disappeared without a trace. "This lord, please let go of young Master Fu." Several farmers knelt down, pleading for Qin Kai Fu. Guang Yuan only felt like his chest was about to explode, feeling furious for these people who weren't willing to put up a fight. He let them be, turning around directly to leave out of sight and out of mind. "Ha ha ha ha, you know that you're meddling in other people's business now?" Qin Kai Fu climbed up, staring at Guang Yuan's back, and said threateningly, "Still want to leave after hitting this young master? Not so easy." He pointed at Ling Han and the others, and said, "You're all with him, right? Hee, this lord has remembered you all." Ling Han shook his head and laughed. "Where do you get the sense of superiority? Has water gotten inside your brain?" Hunyo bared her teeth. She would never let off those who dared to have evil thoughts towards Ling Han. "Huh, do you know who this young master is? Qin Kai Fu wanted to act arrogant for a bit, but he didn't expect Hunyo to charge over and slap him fiercely on the face, knocking him onto the ground. He was knocked down once more this time, by a little girl. Damn it! Damn it! Qin Kai Fu threw a fit, his eyes so fierce as if he really wanted to kill people. Pa! Hunyo threw another slap, and Qin Kai Fu was naturally slapped to the ground again. In front of Hunyo, he was only just a dish. This left Qin Yi and Guang Yuan speechless. This little girl was truly brutal. After several slaps, Qin Kai Fu finally knew how to behave, knowing that these people didn't act following normal rules. His eyes full of hatred, he didn't dare to act arrogant again. Ling Han drew his sword, its chilling light like water. Qin Kai Fu was finally scared, and said with a shiver, "What do you want?" If he died here, how wrong would that be? This lord. The farmers shivered in their boots. If Ling Han attacked and killed Qin Kai, they couldn't escape the responsibility. "I'm warning you, my brother is Yan Fei." Pooh! Ling Han's hand rose and the sword fell. A gush of blood splattered Qin Kai Fu's arm was cut off. Ah! Qin Kai Fu instantly screamed tragically. "Shut up!" Ling Han roared, his voice like a sword, shaking him so much that Qin Kai Fu involuntarily stopped screaming, then looked at Ling Han with fearsome and hateful gaze. "The reason I didn't cut you down is because of these people." Ling Han pointed at those farmers. "Follow last year's price to buy the medicinal ingredients. Otherwise, I will find you and cut of your damn head," he said coldly. Qin Kai Fu was so pained that his face twitched, but as it concerned his own life, he chose to lower his head, nodding in a very minute range. "Heard it or not, answer me loudly." Ling Han swung his sword. "I heard." Qin Kai Fu yelled loudly, tears flowing out. "Get lost." Ling Han put away his sword. Qin Kai Fu hurriedly turned to run. The two servants picked up the severed arm that was on the ground, following Qin Kai Fu. If the arm was immediately reconnected, there was still a possibility it could work. The farmers looked at Ling Han with a reverent gaze. They suddenly scattered on one command, leaving only a few behind. "Thank you, young master, for helping." These people knelt down to salute Ling Han. They were still quite sincere and honest. Chapter 284, Entering the Town. Reverie _ Ling Han didn't blame those who ran. These were truly normal people of the lowest status, without any abilities to fight against oppression, drifting with the tide and hanging by a thread. He gestured to them to stand with his hands, and said, "The one surnamed Sheng, I'll take care of him for you all. This young Master Fu, is from the Starl Brilliance Palace Hall, and it's said that he has a high status. You should probably leave at once," someone exhorted. Yes, once, someone said to be very strong had a conflict with young Master Fu, but ended up breaking both his legs and running to young Master Fu to beg forgiveness. I also heard that someone offended young Master Fu, and eventually, in order to live, he sent his wife and daughter for young Master Fu to abuse for several days, finally escaping this ordeal. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh, and said, "I somewhat underestimated that guy, actually doing so many evil things." The lot of farmers extorted Ling Han to return on the path which he came, but their status was too low, and they only knew that Qing Kai Fu was doing well in the Star Brilliance Palace. For what background he had exactly, that was completely unknown to them. Ling Han naturally wasn't afraid. He was already a high-level black-grade alchemist, and he came here to certify as Earth Grade 1. It wasn't like he needed to be afraid of a spoilt younger generation. Exchanging a few words with the farmers, he returned to the carriage, but the two coachmen refused to carry them further no matter what. After reasoning in every possible way, they got Ling Han and the others off the carriage, then left as if their butts caught on fire, harnessing the carriage to double back. "It seems that youngster has some connections." Guang Yuan laughed. "Coming over to oppress normal people, his connections must be limited, right?" Zhu Wujiu interjected. Originally, he had no qualifications to talk to someone in the spiritual ocean tier like this, but everyone mingled together for a long time, plus Guang Yuan was a loose cultivator who didn't stress things such as tier and status. Ling Han didn't care and said, "Let's go, now we can only continue on foot." Now it was only half a day's road from the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. The carriage wasn't fast to begin with, it could only save them some strength, so it didn't really matter. As the party set out, Hunyao acted like a spoiled child, having Ling Han piggyback her and turning to make faces at Lu Yutong and Li Si-chan, appearing extremely full of herself. She put her arms intimately around Ling Han's neck, displaying her possessiveness to the fullest. However, only after a short while of walking, they encountered a wave of bandits that brazenly attacked, but were defeated by Kenyi alone. In the following hour, they actually encountered 7 waves of bandits, showing how chaotic the environment here was. This fully proved that Storm mercenaries got along here quite well. Before, when they were riding on the carriage with the Storm mercenaries' flag, they didn't encounter a single wave of bandits, but now, bandits came like a tide. Kenyi never knew to hold back when attacking. In Huyang Academy, whenever one sparred with him, someone in the spiritual ocean tier needed to oversee it in case he heavily injured or killed someone. However, here, who would stop him? Ling Han had no intention of making Kenyi hold back. This youngster was naturally like a sharp saber, suppressing his viciousness was equivalent to restricting his martial path. Only by being let free would he be able to grow into an exceptionally fierce saber. Moreover, a bandit needed the awareness of being a bandit, dying served them right. After killing another 3 waves of bandits, they scared off the remaining ones, and no one came to look for trouble anymore. Up ahead, a lofty palace appeared before them. Rather than a hall, it was more like a tower. Its height and width weren't proportionate, but architecturally, this could only be called a hall. The stairs were actually revolving on the outside of the palace hall in an upward spiral, an extremely grand handiwork. The entire palace was piled up from star-flower stones. It wasn't anything special during daytime, but at night, the entire palace hall would emit light like Star Brilliance Palace Hall, living up to its name. However, it was now afternoon, and this palace hadn't displayed its magnificent and spectacular side yet. From afar, it looked like a lofty tower casting a long shadow. This wasn't the Fallen Moon Gorge's only edifice. The tall palace was surrounded streets that formed a flourishing town. It was the hub linking the 9 nations of the desolate north to the north region. People from all 9 nations converged here, including martial artists, merchants, random adventurers, and wanted criminals. Here, everything was under the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's control. The Star Brilliance Palace Hall was the dictator and the law here, whoever opposed kill. Entering and leaving this town required a fee. In principle, those who stayed in this small town would receive the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's protection, but every 3 days, they had to either pay the fee again or leave. Thus, businessmen came and went in haste, and the townsend's charges weren't lenient either, cheating customers to the point of feeling pain. Ling Han came to the town's entrance and paid according to the number of people. Even Hunyao was counted. Each person was 100 silvers for 3 days, and 3 days later, if it was discovered that they were still here and didn't pay again, they would be killed without mercy. It was said that the fees hadn't been as high and allowed people to stay as long as one wanted, as long as one had the money to live in the inns. However, starting from half a year ago, the rules changed. Now, cries of complaint were heard everywhere, filled with extreme discontent regarding the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's high-handedness. But the Star Brilliance Palace Hall represented the alchemist society that controlled the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion, and at least half of the medicinal pills in the 9 nations of the desolate north were distributed by them. Even if they were domineering, who would dare to oppose them openly? Ling Han had Guang Yuan pay the entrance fees to the Sect. Then, they first found an inn to stay at. After washing off the fatigue of traveling with a bit of rest, Ling Han brought Zhu He Xian and Hu Niu and headed towards the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Hu Niu couldn't be dumped, while Zhu Wujiu was an alchemist, so he was related. The town wasn't large, so after 10 minutes or so, they arrived at the Star Brilliance Palace Hall even though they strolled slowly. Other than being tall, the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's architectural style was rather ordinary. There were only a few dozens of steps, unlike some places with hundreds of steps before reaching the top, filled with the arrogance of towering above. Pa, a group of people ran out from the large hall. Each one was fierce, startling the people at the entrance and dodging hurriedly to the sides. The Star Brilliance Palace Hall was the highest authoritative organization of the Alchemist Society in the 9 nations of the desolate north. Not only Earth-grade alchemy master were here, but also many high-tier cultivators, all of whom were Alchemist Society's own forces. They couldn't dispatch someone all the time for little things. Besides, alchemists focused on refining pills, and not fighting. An alchemist's organization, well, maybe they didn't have other things, but they definitely weren't lacking money. This group of people was the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's hired thugs, but they had a pleasant name called Star Defense Force. The members of the Star Defense Force naturally belonged to those of lower status, so they were also especially rampant, ramming in their path, extremely like thugs. Ling Han took a glance and couldn't help but reveal an astounded expression. The leader was Qing Kai Fu, whom he'd seen upon entering. His arm was actually reattached, covered in thick white gauze. Malice was written all over his face. Obviously, after this guy simply reconnected his severed arm, he couldn't wait to bring people out for revenge. What a truly cheap person. Was that lesson earlier not enough? Chapter 285, Kill. Reverie _ Ling Han naturally wouldn't care. A dignified high-level black-grade alchemist came to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Would he still need to be afraid of anyone? Qing Kai Fu saw Ling Han right away. Instantly, all the old grudges and new hatreds welled up in his heart. He wanted to point at Ling Han, but his right arm had just been reconnected, so there was no way he could raise it. He frowned in pain, and was forced to raise his left hand to point it at Ling Han. Such nerve, this young master was just about to find you, yet you sent yourself to my doorstep. Ling Han frowned, and said, "Move your hand, I hate it the most when others point their finger at me." Ha ha ha, your life will soon be over, why worry about other things? Qing Kai Fu snorted, and snapped his fingers. The 10 people from the Star Defense Force instantly surrounded Ling Han. Zhu He Xian was suddenly infuriated, took a step forward, and said, "What are you guys trying to do? Low-level black-grade alchemist?" Qing Kai Fu looked at Zhu He Xian's silver badge on the chest, revealing a sudden realization. No wonder you dared to go against this young master, so you have a low-level black-grade alchemist as backup. But do you know who this young master is? Ling Han patted Zhu He Xian on the shoulder, signaling him to let him talk. Ling Han said with a smile, "I truly don't know who the heck you are." Cutting off one of this young master's arm, even with a low-level black-grade alchemist, this young master will still kill you. Qing Kai Fu said in a stern voice. He had never received such great humiliation, not only having his life threatened, but also having an arm severed. Luckily, he possessed countless high-level medicinal pills that helped reconnect his severed arm, otherwise, he definitely would hate Ling Han to point of annihilating all 9 generations. Kill. Kill those two. He pointed at Ling Han and Zhu He Xian. Seeing Ling Han piggybacking Hunyo, he immediately added, and this damn little girl. Young Master Fu. Some people in Star Defense Force hesitated. There was a low-level black-grade alchemist after all, and they didn't dare to be rash. Humph, my older brother is a high-level black-grade alchemist, what's to be afraid of? Qing Kai Fu said with his head held high. Ling Han and Zhu He Xian both came to a realization it was no wonder this guy dared to be so rampant. He had a high-level black-grade alchemist as his older brother. In the 9 nations of the desolate north, a high-level black-grade alchemist was big boss of alchemy, certainly very kick-ass. However, the only kick-ass one was his older brother, and not he. From the looks of his age, his older brother should be around 30 or so, certainly having some talent, Ling Han said to Zhu He Xian. Although alchemy was like martial arts, the earlier the stage the faster the improvement, but a 30-year-old high-level black-grade alchemist was still extremely shocking. Zhu He Xian pondered and said, the one surnamed Cheng, could it be Qing Fei Jun? He certainly is a genius of alchemy. Based off what this old man knows, he became a low-level black-grade alchemist 7 years ago. At that time, he was only 23, and 2 years ago, he advanced to medium-level black-grade, although it was publicly acknowledged that he definitely could become a high-level black-grade alchemist. He rose in rank in only 2 years, truly unexpected. A 30-year-old high-level black-grade alchemist, it's too shocking. He sighed deeply, then looked at Ling Han, and couldn't help but laugh. In comparison, this guy was even more freakish. Ling Han immediately guessed, Qing Fei Jun probably had nature-defying luck, acquiring a strange fire. Otherwise, he definitely couldn't have only become a medium-level black-grade in 5 years, but advanced to high-level in 2 years. Young Master Han is right. Zhu Hixing nodded in agreement. You, guys. Qing Kai Fu stamped his foot in anger. These two people actually started talking on their own and completely ignored him, too infuriating. Kill. Kill them. Seeing the Star Defense Force's people ready for action, Ling Han laughed. Say, who the hell are you, huh? What gives you the right to order the Star Defense Force? Are you a low-level or high-level black-grade alchemist? Old Zhu, you are a genuine low-level black-grade alchemist, so this Star Defense Force should listen to you, right? Zhu He Xian then said, I am Zhu He Xian, and I order you guys to withdraw immediately. He was rather imposing, and under his glare and shout, the people of the Star Defense Force involuntarily retreated a few steps. After all, money for their meals was given by alchemists, so they shouldn't turn to bite their masters, right? What's there to be proud of? My older brother is Qing Fei Jun, and if he saw my older brother, he would have to step to the side and call him master. Under his urging and shouting, the Star Defense Force took another step forward, on the verge to attack. Ling Han shook his head, and said, I originally wanted to give you a chance, but since you don't know how to cherish, I'll have to kill you. He sighed. He actually wanted to kill this vile young master earlier, but held back for the sake of the farmers who implored him, didn't want them to suffer from being implicated. Now that Qing Kai Fu was seeking his own death, he wouldn't be lenient. Kill. 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 Qing Kai Fu shouted sternly. The 10 people of the Star Defense Force finally attacked Ling Han and Zhu He Xian. However, Zhu Hixing still had the title of a low-level black-grade alchemist, so the Star Defense Force unleashed most of their attacks toward Ling Han. Hunyo. Never seeing her fight, who would put such a little girl in their eyes? They were obviously wrong. Seeing that they attacked Ling Han, Hunyo instantly burst with viciousness. Xiao, she pounced out, as if turning into a stream of light. Paw, 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 her claws waved continuously, producing flashes of blood. Tragic screams resounded successively. The members of the Star Defense Force fell onto the ground one by one, heavily injured by Hunyo. Luckily, while the little girl's viciousness was still going strong, her killing instinct was greatly diminished. she only attacked heavily without killing them, so these members of the Star Defense Force were still alive. What? Qing Kai Fu's expression was filled with shock and disbelief. He knew that Hu Niu was a bit strong, but it was still largely unexpected that she was strong enough to fight 1 versus 10. He hurriedly took to his heels. Behind him was the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, and many strong cultivators kept watch inside. A few of them could easily suppress everyone, he just had to ask one randomly. Normally, he couldn't order these people, but now Ling Han fought at the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's doorstep, so these strong cultivators weren't just going to sit by and watch. However, as he began to move, he saw a man blocking him. It was Ling Han. Someone like you living in the world is just wasting food, go to hell. Ling Han's was boiling with murderous intent. Hee, youngster, don't run on such a short fuse, talk it out. An amiable voice called out. A fat ball-like middle-aged man walked out from the large palace hall, actually looking the same in width and height. Captain Meng, quickly help me kill him. Qing Kai Fu shouted hurriedly. Meng Mao Kai? Zhu He Xian swept a glance and interjected, this child is not one from the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Since when can he order the Star Defense Force? Master Zhu. The fatty nodded slightly towards Zhu He Xian, and then said with a wry smile, he is Master Cheng's blood-related younger brother, even I have to give some face. However, I have to give Master Zhu face as well. How about this, everyone put down their sabers and swords, sit down and talk it out, peace breeds well. Chapter 286, You Have No Right to Command Me. Reverie _ For Meng Mao Kai, he didn't want to offend Zhu He Xian, but wished even less to see Qing Fei Jun's younger brother die in front of him. Qing Fei Jun was a high-level black-grade alchemist with the chance to break through to Earth grade. That was a true big boss at the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. If his life were to be made difficult by Qing Fei Jun, who could he complain to? So, the best option was to calm the two sides, and as for the results of the negotiations, none of his business. It couldn't be helped that he had an itch to scratch. Hearing the movements, he couldn't help but walk outside to see the situation. Never did he think he would get involved in a conflict between two alchemists. Qing Kai Fu said self-importantly, all right, everyone sit down to talk. Eventually, his older brother would be drawn out by the disturbance, and with a high-level black-grade alchemist support, suffice it to say that he sure wanted to see what other tricks Zhu He Xian could pull. And without Zhu He Xian's protection, then he naturally could do whatever he wanted with Ling Han. He swore that he would definitely use the most vicious tortures on Ling Han. Young Master Han. Zhu He Xian looked at Ling Han. With Ling Han here, he naturally had no turn in making decisions. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped in astonishment, wondering just who Ling Han was that even a low-level black-grade alchemist had to act according to his mood. One had to know that alchemists were haughty. It was truly rare to see one so submissive. Ling Han shook his head and said, there's nothing to say, just slaughter him. Qing Kai Fu shivered out of fright. He wasn't a pig or a sheep, how could one say slaughter and do so? This friend, can't you give me some face? Another voice sounded, clear and bright as if it had some sort of magic, making people involuntarily feel as if they were intimate with him. Shua, everyone's gazes turned toward the end of the steps. That was a man in his prime, commanding a dignified appearance. Around 30 years old or so, he was at the point where one's vitality was the most vigorous. He was tall but not sturdy, his slender figure gave people a sense of fragility. However, not a single person dared look down on him. Because on his chest 3 silver badges hung awe-inspiringly. A high-level black-grade alchemist. My respects to Master Cheng. Everyone paid their respects one after another, even Meng Mao Kai half-kneeled as one in the spiritual ocean tier really had no confidence in front of a high-level black-grade alchemist. Zhu He Xian hesitated a little, but paid obeisance by cupping his hands in case the other party caught his neglect, taking the chance to attack his faults. Now, only Ling Han and Hu Niu still stood without any intention of paying respects. Impudence. Seeing the situation, someone wanted to bootlick Qing Fei Jun, immediately yelling at Ling Han. Hurry up and kneel, there's no tolerance for your disrespect in front of Master Cheng. Ling Han turned to see a mere medium-level yellow-grade alchemist. He paid him no attention, but looked at Qing Fei Jun and said, "Why should I give you face? Under these skies, there shouldn't be a person who dares not to give me face," Qing Fei Jun said indifferently. Pooh. Ling Han almost spurted a laughter, instantly coughing continuously. This big talk truly blew through the skies. However, a mere high-level black-grade alchemist, not to mention heaven-grade or earth-grade alchemists, even martial artists in the heaven tier and the deity transformation tier had no need to give him any face. Otherwise, he could kill Feng Yan right away and the Winter Moon sect would have to give him face, right? Seeing Ling Han's soundless derision, everyone gasped in astonishment. Who didn't know that Qing Fei Jun spoiled Qing Kai Fu to an extreme? No matter what Qing Kai Fu did, it would be supported. For example, the town's entrance fee was increased under Qing Fei Jun's insistence for the sake of Qing Kai Fu receiving a little bit more money. Moreover, it wasn't as if people didn't know just how fierce Qing Kai Fu forced the prices down, but compared to the life or death of a few lowly peons, naturally no one wanted to offend a high-level black-grade alchemist. This made Qing Kai Fu more and more unbridled, but today, he seemed to have kicked an iron sheet. Let go of my brother immediately, or else. Qing Fei Jun lost his patience, revealing a threatening expression. Two spiritual pedestal tier cultivators came forth, each one with grim expressions. This was the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's strongest force taking care of a small problem. From the 9 nations of the desolate north, it was naturally more than enough. Or else what? Kill me? Ling Han smiled slightly, wiggling his finger. You have no right to command me, as for threatening me, you have no right as well. Stop spouting nonsense, let him go now, and I can be lenient, sparing your life. Qing Fei Jun said, holding back his temper. He lost both parents when he was young and lived interdependently with Qing Kai Fu, thus, his younger brother was his only kin that he pledged to protect with his life. For Qing Kai Fu, he wouldn't mind sparing Ling Han's life, but harsh punishment had to be executed. Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, like I said, you have no right to command me. He flipped out with one hand, taking out a silver badge and placing it on his chest. What? Everyone was shocked. This was the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, where there were the most alchemists. Even if they weren't alchemists themselves, having come in contact with alchemists often, they naturally knew what the bronze badge, the silver badge, and the gold badge represented. One silver badge represented a low-level black-grade alchemist. How was it possible? This youngster didn't even look 20, but had already become a low-level black-grade alchemist. Was this a joke? No, probably because of this, he dared not to give Qing Fei Jun face. A genius, a true genius, a teen low-level alchemist was definitely a rare sight. Qing Fei Jun was also startled. He never would have thought that the other party could reveal such a trump card, making him feel slightly shocked. However, he immediately revealed a cold smile. If Ling Han was not an alchemist, it would have been all right, but once the status of an alchemist was revealed, then Ling Han had to listen to his orders. A low-level black-grade alchemist is certainly out of the ordinary, but in front of me, you can only obey with servility. I order you to immediately let go of my brother. You wouldn't be thinking of not respecting a high-level alchemist's orders, right? He said coldly. The alchemy world had the same level rigidity. A high-level alchemist's order to a low-level alchemist was like an imperial edict, definitely not to be disobeyed, otherwise, one would receive all other alchemists' rejection and disdain. Like I said, you have no right to command me, what are you yelling for? Ling Han waved his hands dismissively, appearing extremely impatient. Lord Xian, Lord Yang, take down this insolent one. Qing Fei Jun said to the two formidable spiritual pedestal tier cultivators. Yes. The two spiritual pedestal tiers nodded in a reserved manner. They wouldn't go as far to bootlick Qing Fei Jun, but since they were hired by the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, they naturally had to do work for Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Ling Han was only a low-level black-grade alchemist, but he disobeyed Qing Fei Jun's orders. They certainly had enough reason to intervene. Seeing the two with intent of intervening, Ling Han laughed mischievously, and flipped his hand. Another silver badge was placed on his chest. Pooh! Quite a few people immediately spurted out, too. A medium-level black-grade alchemist? You're freaking joking, right? A 16 or 17-year-old medium-level black-grade alchemist? My A**S, this is definitely fake. Chapter 287, I am Ling Han. Reverie _ Martial arts and alchemy were the same. They were about spending a long time to advance, aiming for the peak. Moreover, alchemy had no way of speeding up the process. There were spirit medicine and spirit fruits in the world. Eating a stalk or a piece could increase cultivation and turn one into a formidable cultivator overnight. However, there definitely wasn't anything good like that could make an alchemist's techniques improve greatly in a matter of days. Even with the strange fire's existence that only allowed alchemists at lower tiers to refine higher-tier medicinal pills, one still needed enough understanding of alchemy to do so. They couldn't reach the sky in a single bound. Ling Han wasn't 20, but he was already a medium-level black-grade alchemist. This was definitely a joke. If such a genius's name didn't spread across the world, how could they have not heard of him? Humph, I almost got deceived by you. You actually dare pose as an alchemist. How dare you? Qing Fei Jun said threateningly. His younger brother was captured and even had one of his arms severed earlier, making him extremely infuriated. Ling Han laughed indifferently, pointed at his chest, and said, "Open your filthy eyes and look clearly. Is this fake?" Filthy eyes? Everyone's mouth twitched. He actually dared to berate a high-level black-grade alchemist, so this guy was truly extremely daring. Youngster, hand over your alchemy master certification for inspection. Qian Xing, one of the spiritual pedestal tier warriors, spoke to Ling Han. Badges might be faked, but alchemy master certifications not. On top was complete information, which could be investigated and verified immediately. Qing Fei Jun sneered, and said, "So what? Even if you are a medium-level black-grade alchemist, you still have to listen to my orders." Tisk, tsk, tsk. Ling Han wiggled his finger and said, "With which ear did you hear me say that I'm a medium-level black-grade alchemist?" You're an idiot as expected. Ignoring Qing Fei Jun, who was already bursting with anger, he took out the third silver badge and placed it on his chest. 3 silver badges, the same as Qing Fei Jun. Impossible. Everyone said the same 3 words inside their minds. There definitely existed no such a young high-level black-grade alchemist. Ha! Qing Fei Jun sneered, already not believing from the point when Ling Han took out the second silver badge. Ha! Qian and Yang, the 2 formidable spiritual pedestal tier cultivators, were startled momentarily, remembering someone all of a sudden. Bullsh. You think wearing 3 silver badges can make you pass as a high-level black-grade alchemist? The one who bootlicked Qing Fei Jun earlier immediately jumped out, pointing and shouting sharply at Ling Han. Ling Han sighed and said, "Haven't I mentioned that I hate it the most when others point at me?" Youngster, you're surnamed Ling, the spiritual pedestal tier warrior surnamed Xian suddenly interjected. Ling. Qing Fei Jun's expression immediately changed as he thought of someone. Ling Han, you're Ling Han. His expression was filled with rage. Half a year ago, he advanced to high-level black grade, creating the record in the desolate north. A 30-year-old high-level black-grade alchemist put in a large place like the North region was extraordinary, and very few could surpass him. However, his complacency was only maintained for several months. Very quickly, another young genius came out of nowhere, and became a high-level black-grade alchemist. Moreover, the genius was younger than him, so much younger that he couldn't believe it. 17. At first, even several people in the Star Brilliance Palace Hall had doubts about the truth of the matter, let alone him. However, with Fu Yuanshan's own handwritten letter and many medium-level black-grade alchemists' joint guarantee, people could only believe it. From that point on, Qing Fei Jun hated Ling Han for stealing his glory. Otherwise, he would have had the glory of being the youngest high-level black-grade alchemist, and how dazzling would that be? This detestable guy stole his limelight, and today, he ran to his territory, injuring his younger brother and trampling over his face in public? He definitely wouldn't allow it. I am Ling Han. Ling Han took out the crystal that could prove an alchemist's status. Origin power poured in and instantly formed a curtain of light that clearly wrote Ling Han's alchemy master level, when and where he broke through, as well as the witnesses at the time. Everyone cried out, because this happened only 1 or 2 months ago, and most people still didn't know of Ling Han's existence. They couldn't help but stare blankly at Ling Han. Too young, so young that people couldn't accept it. Qing Fei Jun, a 30-year-old high-level black-grade alchemist, surprised people every time they saw him, sighing deeply for just how young he was. But what about Ling Han? 17? 18? My goodness. First, let go of my younger brother. Qing Fei Jun said, clenching his teeth. Ling Han laughed lightly, and said, you say let go and I do so, then what face do I have? Ling Han. Qing Fei Jun's eyes burst with flames. What exactly do you want? At this moment, Qian and Yang, the 2 spiritual pedestal tier warriors, sat by and watched. Whether it was Ling Han or Qing Fei Jun, both were high-level black-grade alchemists. They both had boundless prospects and were equal in status, so it wasn't worthwhile for them to offend either one. Ling Han laughed. You finally asked about the main point. This guy has, well, obviously done countless terrible things, but I just arrived, so I'm not clear on just how terrible, nor do I have the effort to investigate. However, it's the truth that this guy tried to kill me, yes, actually thinking of killing an alchemist. That's death penalty, I'm not wrong, right? Humph, my younger brother didn't know your status, this crime could be forgiven. Qing Fei Jun immediately said. You say it can be forgiven, so it's forgiven? It's not like you were the one who was threatened by this scum. Ling Han ridiculed. No need to trouble the Star Defense Force. This person conspired to kill an alchemist, I declare immediate execution. You dare. You dare. Qing Fei Jun stamped his feet and said sternly, Ling Han, you're going to make an eternal enemy out of me? Who the hell are you? Ling Han scorned, his expression full of disdain. You dare insult me. Qing Fei Jun was stamped with fury, the veins on his neck twitching. I won't lower myself to your level. Hurry up and let go of my brother. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, I discovered that you have quite the comical talent, but unfortunately, I don't appreciate it at all. He shook his hand, and instantly, a long sword appeared from thin air. As a high-level black-grade alchemist, he was already unafraid of people knowing of him having a spatial ring. Older brother, save me. Save me. Qing Kai Fu immediately felt Ling Han's threatening killing intent and instantly waved his arms while screaming. However, his arm was just reconnected, it couldn't withstand such intense movement, so with a paw, the arm instantly fell from his shoulder, fresh blood gushing out profusely. Pooh! Without hearing his cries in pain, Ling Han already struck, slicing open his neck. Blood gurgled inside Qing Kai Fu's mouth as it spilled out violently, and he reached out towards Qing Fei Jun, but his arm only rose halfway before drooping weakly to the ground. Brother! Qing Fei Jun shouted grimly, eyes bursting with flames. Ling Han, I swear one of us will die. Ha! Ling Han shrugged indifferently and said, I'll make a bet that you'll kneel properly before me later and call me Master Ling. Bullsh. Qing Fei Jun spat out for him to be humiliated as he kneeled before the one who killed his brother. Impossible. How about it, want to bet? If you win, I'll give you my strange fire, and conversely, you have to give your strange fire to me if I win. Ling Han finally spoke of his true motive. Chapter 288, Bet. Reverie _ Cheng Fei Jun was only at the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Normally, he would at most be able to refine a medium-level black-grade medicinal pill, but since he could actually become a high-level black-grade alchemist, it meant that he definitely fused with a wisp of strange fire, achieving the breakthrough. Although Ling Han had a ball of strange fire, he wouldn't mind letting this wisp of strange fire make it even more powerful. Cheng Fei Jun's gaze was gloomy, and his expression revealed that he was moved. Ling Han guessed that he possessed the strange fire, so Cheng Fei Jun could do it as well since Ling Han's cultivation was even lower, only at the 1st layer of the Gushing Spring tier. If Ling Han didn't have this strange fire, then would he have the qualifications to be called a high-level black-grade alchemist? When the time came, he only needed to request a re-examination. If Ling Han couldn't refine a high-level black-grade medicinal pill, then he naturally would be stripped of the respective alchemist level. If Ling Han's alchemist level was inferior, he could think of ways to slowly kill Ling Han. The hatred of killing his brother made it impossible for them to live under the same sky. Ling Han had to die. Okay, I'll take the bet. He clenched his teeth. There was no way he would believe that something like him kneeling down to pay respects would happen. There was only one possibility, and that was for Ling Han to advance to the Earth grade. The question was it possible? I'll ask a few masters to be notaries, Cheng Fei Jun said again, afraid that Ling Han would be dishonest after losing. Ha ha ha, I'm also afraid that you'll be dishonest, go ask for them. Ling Han laughed aloud. Seeing Ling Han so sure, Cheng Fei Jun couldn't help but be a little startled inside. Could this guy actually advance into the Earth grade? Impossible, definitely impossible, a 17-year-old Earth grade alchemist, that was just dreaming. Besides, the most important point was that the materials had to be personally prepared in qualifying for alchemists above the black grade, and just how precious were Earth grade materials? He wouldn't believe that Ling Han had prepared materials, because this was obviously a sudden incident. So, even if Ling Han really had the ability to charge to become an Earth grade alchemist, without the corresponding materials, what could he possibly do? With that thought, Cheng Fei Jun recovered his confidence, hurriedly getting Qian Xing, the spiritual pedestal tier cultivator, to request several Earth grade alchemists take up the matter as notaries. Originally, 2 black grade alchemists bet wouldn't possibly startle Earth grade alchemists, but both of them were too young and thus with endless prospects, almost certain to become Earth grade alchemists. Thus, the Earth grade alchemists were happy to give them face and look on for fun in passing. There were 3-star Brilliance Palace Hall's Earth grade alchemists, but all were low-level Earth grade. Medium and high-level Earth grade alchemists couldn't possibly appear in such a small place like the 9 nations of the desolate North. In the entire North region, a single Heaven grade alchemist couldn't be found. These 3 Earth grade alchemists were Long Yong Zhang, Li Siyuan, and Yunxing Xian, and all were in the spiritual pedestal tier. The youngest one was 60, but this was still an alchemy prodigy, because he completed the leap into Earth grade in his 50s. It was very difficult. Unfortunately, without crossing into the flower blossom tier, his lifespan was limited, so there was probably no hope of him grinding to medium level in this lifetime. My respects, 3 masters. Seeing these 3 appear, everyone bowed one after another, even Cheng Fei Jun was no exception. In the alchemy world, if alchemists were at the same grade, yellow grade, black grade, Earth grade, and Heaven grade, then the lower level one only needed to pay respects by cupping his hands when meeting a higher level colleague of the same grade. However, if it were a grades difference, then even a high-level black grade alchemist needed to pay deepest respects when encountering a low-level Earth grade alchemist. This was the rudimentary etiquette. Before breaking through to the Earth grade, even one as arrogant and conceited as Cheng Fei Jun had to be most respectful in front of the 3 great alchemists. Only Ling Han didn't move. Upon seeing this, Cheng Fei Jun instantly snorted and said, "Ling Han, such nerve you have, daring not to pay respects after seeing the 3 great alchemists." The three alchemists were originally a little bit annoyed, thinking that Ling Han was too conceited and unbridled. Hearing Qing Fei Jun's words, they naturally were even more displeased with Ling Han. Their expressions instantly turned gloomy. Ling Han looked at Qing Fei Jun in disdain and said, "Who the hell are you? What the hell does it have to do with you whether I pay my respects or not? Since you abide by the rules so well, good, you can pay respects for me too." He paused momentarily, and cupped his hands to pay obeisance to the three alchemists and said, "Three brothers alchemists, I want to take the test for the earth grade." One stone raised 1,000 ripples. Everyone knew that Ling Han wanted Qing Fei Jun to kneel, and the only way to win the bet was to become an earth grade alchemist. However, hearing with their own ears that a 17-year-old youngster wanted to become an earth grade alchemist made everyone's scalps numb. A true monster. Zhe Xian naturally was full of confidence. Ling Han refined a quasi-earth grade foundation building pill while in the element gathering tier, and now advanced into the gushing spring tier. Refining a true earth grade medicinal pill was definitely not something hard for him. After all, Ling Han refined the foundation building pill with extreme ease at the time, and not only did he form a lot of them, their quality also reached 13 stars. This was doable only by earth-grade alchemists, or even only medium-level earth-grade alchemists. Naturally, Hunyao was baring her teeth at the surrounding people, apparently enraged. These guys dared to look hostilely at Ling Han, too detestable. The three earth-grade alchemists were greatly shocked. A 17-year-old taking the test for an earth-grade alchemist, they instantly felt like they aged. They couldn't not be impressed, already knowing how young Ling Han was, but witnessing it with their own eyes still made them amazed. This youngster hadn't even lost his juvenility and his body wasn't completely grown, yet he was already a high-level black-grade alchemist, one step away from crossing into the true line of big bosses of alchemy. Who would have thought that this kid actually spoke shockingly of becoming an earth-grade alchemist? No wonder he paid respects like an equal. Was it because he was sure he definitely would succeed? However, taking the test for a high-level alchemist was every alchemist's basic right. No one could stop it, so the three alchemy masters looked at each other before Long Yongzhang said, "Approved." "But, you've prepared your own materials?" When taking the test as an earth-grade alchemist, the materials definitely should be prepared personally, otherwise, when the furnace exploded, who would bear the losses? "It's prepared." Ling Han smiled. Those were superfluous words. If it weren't his own materials, then the refined pill had to be given to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, and he would get a bit of compensation at most, which would definitely be a huge loss. Then head to the refining room. Li Siyuan nodded. The three earth-grade alchemists took the lead, and the others followed behind. A smirk appeared at the corner of Qing Fei Jun's mouth. He didn't believe Ling Han had prepared enough materials, and didn't believe it even more that someone so young had the qualifications to become an earth-grade alchemist. This was definitely Ling Han's youthful vigor and aggressiveness, wanting to stake it all. He was not scared. They soon arrived outside the pill refining room. It was different from normal ones, having transparent walls. However, when one walked in, one would be completely unable to see the situation outside, and wouldn't have to worry about it affecting pill refinement. This pill refining room's construction cost was very high. First, it was used to test alchemists, allowing others to witness the process from outside, and second, it was for high-level alchemists to perform and showcase pill refinement. Ling Han walked into the pill refining room without hesitation. Chapter 289, Stupefaction. Reverie _ Hunyao wasn't resigned to being left on the side, and insisted on going into the pill refining room. Ling Han didn't mind letting her come in as long as she didn't help refine the pill. It didn't count as breaking the rules anyways. Quite a few people immediately shook their heads. Pill refining needed single-hearted devotion, so letting in a little girl inside who later might yell out and cause a slight distraction would definitely cause the furnace to explode. Refining an earth-grade medicinal pill, and once it failed, the thought of such a loss made everyone's hearts bleed. However, The one refining the pill was Ling Han, and he didn't have any objections, so who would want mind his business? Only Qing Fei Jun revealed a smirk. His confidence increased. In principle, the pill refining limit is 1 day and 1 night, but it can be extended to 2 days, Yun Xingxian said. What medicinal pill do you plan on refining? 7 turns break crisis pill, Ling Han said, waving his hand in passing as large amounts of medicinal ingredients were laid on the ground. Since he specially came here to take the test for the Earth grade, he naturally already prepared all the ingredients. The Rain country's resources were limited, and it would naturally be impossible to assemble all of them normally, but with his previous trip into the Devil Sky Mystery Realm, he'd obtained several stalks of spirit medicine, planting them in the Black Tower. After so many days had passed, it just about reached the age it required as an ingredient. Thus, Ling Han matched these spirit medicines and found secondary materials, at last deciding on refining 7 turns break crisis pill, which was the only Earth-grade medicinal pill he could refine with the materials he had in hand. 7 turns break crisis pill, the 3 alchemists cried out. That's something that can make the flower blossom tier warriors escape a cultivation deviation crisis, even turning it into fortune, increasing the tier comprehension. The other alchemists naturally heard of it too, nodding their heads successively. 7 turns break crisis pill was a true low-level Earth-grade medicinal pill, and its degree of preciousness at this level could rank at the very front. The 3 big bosses probably didn't have the ability to refine this sort of medicinal pill, right? Qing Fei Jun's smirk was even more vibrant. Earlier, seeing that Ling Han actually prepared the materials, he was slightly shocked, but hearing that Ling Han was actually going to refine 7 turns break crisis pill, he was all too happy. Was it possible? Even if these 3 BIS bosses refined it, 10% success rate would already be a miracle. A high-level medicinal pill like this was packed up with huge volumes of ingredients, and behind each successful pill formation were countless wasted materials. A mere youngster dared to say he was refining a 7 turns break crisis pill? Pa! Not to mention, there was a little girl inside the pill refining room. With a glance, one could tell she wasn't a quiet one, sticking to Ling Han's arms in one moment, then lying on his back the next, and then sitting on his lap. How could one refine pills like this? You really think you're the god of alchemy, huh? Ling Han really was. Then will you begin now? Long Yongzhang asked Ling Han. I'll begin now. Ling Han nodded, waving his right hand, shutting the pill refining room's door. Yong Longzhang nodded towards someone who immediately set a massive hourglass, starting the countdown. He began to sort the ingredients. Ling Han immediately began moving. Shwa, 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 he was like the moving clouds and flowing water, sorting and stripping away impurities. That strong rhythm gave people an extreme sense of beauty that all but intoxicated the alchemists. My goodness, sorting materials could be done like that. I truly lived in vain for so many years. That smoothness probably couldn't be witnessed on those 3 lords, right? Shoo! It makes it completely impossible to believe that this is just a 17-year-old youngster. Everyone cried out, convinced by Ling Han just like that. That was natural. The Grandmaster of Alchemy's handiwork without such an effect instead would be weirder. Even the 3 Earth-grade alchemists subconsciously began to stir. They secretly decided that even if Ling Han failed to become an Earth-grade alchemist, they would still take care of him. This youngster was too miraculous, and they definitely wanted to discuss methods on processing ingredients with him. Only Zhu He Xian revealed a proud expression. A bunch of country bumpkins, wait till later, when you all see young Master Han extract the medicinal ingredients, maybe even ending up spitting out your tongue from surprise. Ling Han very quickly entered the purification phase. Pooh! Suddenly, dozens of people spurted out, and those who didn't stared agape. Do I have blurred vision? How come I see him purifying 9 ingredients together? I've also got blurred vision. It's not blurred vision, it's real. He really is purifying 9 ingredients together. My goodness, why haven't the medicinal properties been destroyed? Even separated by a crystal wall, I can still be 100% sure that the medicinal properties definitely aren't lost by a single bit. A freak. A freak. The three alchemy big shots' faces were twitching. If the sorting of materials was only having strong rhythm, then they were truly shocked now. So purifying could be done like this? They were all earth-grade alchemists, viewing themselves highly, but now they all felt that they were schoolchildren who had just stepped into alchemy, developing new awareness about the basic movements. They lived in vain for so many years. Ling Han wouldn't pay attention to everyone's shock. After he completed the purification of each material, he shook his left hand as the strange fire came out of the black tower, adhering to his hand as a stunning flame lifted. The formal pill refined began. He had already crossed into the gushing spring tier, and after so many days had passed, he reached the 9th layer of it. His activation and control of heat were naturally greatly increased, and his endurance of the heat increased by a whole lot. Strange fire. Truly one who's cared for by the heavens. Yes, otherwise no matter how genius he is, under his cultivation's limitations, one in the gushing spring tier can at most refine a medium-level black-grade medicinal pill. Seeing the strange fire, quite a few people's gaze swept towards Ching Fei Jun. This guy also had a strange fire that allowed him to refine high-level black-grade medicinal pill at the gushing spring tier, and thus was crowned with the glory of an alchemy genius. However, if Ling Han was successful in becoming an earth-grade alchemist, then based on the promise, Ching Fei Jun had to give his strange fire to Ling Han. As a result, his alchemy level would definitely drop by a level. Today, one of these two young quasi-alchemy masters was definitely going to fall off the god's altar. The difference was if Ling Han failed, Ching Fei Jun would be unmoved, but if Ling Han succeeded, then a legend would be created. A 17-year-old earth-grade alchemist. Thinking about it made people's scalps numb. Hunyao acted spoiled for a while, but seeing that Ling Han paid no attention to her, she instantly became unhappy, touching her small stomach as she said, "Nyo's hungry." Ling Han nodded. With his left hand still refining, his right hand casually took out food ingredients prepared in the Black Tower, raised a flame, set up a grill, and placed a piece of pork on top, starting to grill it. Pooh! 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 Everyone spurted out, and their eyes almost fell out as they gaped. Are you really pill refining? How come that after refining for a while, you set up a grill? Just how hungry are you? Chapter 290, Pill Formed. Reverie _ If mentioned, this would definitely shock or even crack people up. Who would suddenly start a barbecue when refining a pill? Everyone couldn't get their heads around it all of a sudden, their faces convulsed as if slapped 17, 18 times. They were in a total state of chaos, their view of life and the world collapsed. The scariest thing was that the pill furnace actually still didn't explode. That was an earth-grade medicinal pill. Naturally, the higher the level of the medicinal pill, the scarier the power it contained. If the control of the heat was just a tiny bit off in carelessness, then it would immediately cause the furnace to explode, forming a terrifying great explosion. Even an alchemy big boss like Long Yongzhang would definitely not do a single thing for the previous 3 days before refining an earth-grade medicinal pill, meditating every day to calm his mind and adjust his status to most optimal. Only then would he begin refining so as to increase the success rate. But Ling Han? Not only was a little girl stuck to him, behaving like a spoiled kid, but he also freed up one hand to start a barbecue. People couldn't accept the fact that the furnace hadn't exploded yet even more. Was this real? Could it be? As they thought of one possibility, everyone involuntarily shivered and looked towards the 3 alchemy big shots. Could it be that Ling Han's ability in alchemy was above these 3? Not only above these 3, but also far beyond them. That was why he did as he pleased, and was so inattentive. From their perspective, it was an impossibly large task, but from Ling Han's perspective, this was just raising his hands and moving his legs. The difference. This was the difference. Everyone was so agitated their scalps went numb, yet they were also so shocked that they wanted to cry. Today, this scene was enough for them to boast for a lifetime. Hey, 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 have you seen someone who refined an Earth-grade medicinal pill whilst barbecuing? I have. Don't you freaking not believe it, when I saw it, I almost pissed myself. A 17-year-old youngster who was so slick with medicinal pills, just thinking of Ling Han's age, did these old guys have the face to see people? They'd really rather die from being run over. Cheng Fei Jun's arms and legs started to turn cold and his body shivered. My God, what kind of alchemy freak did he encounter? He had confidence to rush into the Earth grade in the future, but high-level Earth grade at most would be his limit. However, seeing Ling Han so relaxed with a careless attitude, the only thing that would cause complications for Ling Han as an alchemist was probably the heat limit. While the heat limit depended upon one's cultivation level, as long as Ling Han advanced into the spiritual ocean tier, and at most the spiritual pedestal tier, then he would be able to resolve that problem. An alchemy genius like this could casually refine some pills for one to indulge. Breaking through martial arts tier would be easy, wouldn't it? Moreover, if the strange fire in his hand was fused, Ling Han might be able to refine a medium-level Earth-grade medicinal pill. He actually made a bet with such a freak. I fell for it. I fell for it. This demon. Demon. In the pill refining room, the barbecue was soon ready. Ling Han shared a piece with Hunyo, and he took one piece to eat. Delicious. Yes, not bad. One adult and one child, eating happily a pig raised on low-level spirit medicine. The deliciousness of the pork was definitely a world-class delicacy, such that, even separated by a layer of crystal wall, the people outside could smell the alluring fragrance, involuntarily swallowing their saliva. After discovering their own unseemliness, everyone was both embarrassed and impressed. There was only ever the person refining pill laboriously in the pill refining room, and the people outside eating and drinking, watching at ease. How come it was now the opposite? The problem was that Ling Han ate and refined the pill, yet the pill furnace still hadn't exploded. It turned out refining pills could be this relaxed. Was this really freaking refining an Earth-grade medicinal pill? Quite a few people felt like they were going crazy, covering their head with both hands. Now, their worldview was completely destroyed. Only after 7 hours did Ling Han's expression turn solemn. Xiao, 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 in his palm, 3 different colored flames burst fiercely, and at the same time, his fingers formed fast and complex finger seals, pressing and pointing on the furnace. 3 Fire Guide. The 3 alchemy big shots had extensive knowledge as expected, immediately recognizing it. They were so shocked that their old faces lost composure, and their brows and beard twisted. Ling Han reattracted his hand and patted the furnace lightly. With a hum, the furnace lid instantly flew up. Xiao, a crimson-red medicinal pill flew out as if it had life, fleeing in the air. However, the pill refining room was blocked in all directions, with no way of escaping. An Earth-grade medicinal pill communicates with the natural spirits, escaping soon after it forms. This means pills formed. Everyone cried out. Only an Earth-grade medicinal pill would fly after coming out of the furnace. This was the clearest evidence, and there was absolutely no need to verify. Now, the question was just how many stars this 7 turns break crisis pill was. Hunyo dove and caught the medicinal pill, grabbing onto it her oily small hands. Looking on, everyone almost cursed at her. That was a 7 turns break crisis pill, and it was invaluable. You grabbing it with dirty hands could destroy the medicinal effect. Cece. Hunyo laughed non-stop, because this medicinal pill still wanted to escape her hands and rammed continuously in her little hands, making her find it extremely fun. Ling Han took out a jade bottle, and after he waited for the medicinal pill's heat to cool down, he let Hunyo toss it in. The furnace temperature had already subsided and the medicinal pill lost its resonance with heaven and earth, returning to normal. After all, it wasn't a living being. Ling Han took the jade bottle, walked out the pill refining room, tossed it at Long Yongzhang and said, "Will the 3 of you please verify?" Most of the people's gazes followed the pill bottle, but a few people looked towards the pill refining room. There was still a chunk of remaining barbecue. However, when they took a glance, they instantly felt so angry as if spouting blood, because it was impossible for Hunyo to waste food. She held a piece in each hand, eating with great pleasure. How could this little girl eat so much? Long Yongzhang and the other alchemy big shots began to inspect the 7 turns break crisis pill. Very soon, they revealed shocked expressions as their brows twitched, staying silent for a long time. Seeing this, everyone felt strange. 3 masters, could it be that this 7 turns break crisis pill is a failure? Someone asked. Long Yongzhang sighed, and said, it didn't fail, but its quality is too high. 13 tars, even 14 stars. Yunxing Xian followed. Pooh! Everyone spurted out again. What, 13 stars, even 14 stars? No kidding. If one wanted to refine a medicinal pill surpassing 10 stars, then it had to be a high-level alchemist refining a low-level medicinal pill. Ling Han was only taking the test for the low-level earth grade, but he refined a medicinal pill that surpassed 10 stars. What concept was this? His true abilities surpassed low-level earth grade. In other words, if the heat limit was unlocked, he would be able to smoothly refine a medium-level earth grade medicinal pill. Kick-ass. However, Long Yongzhang and the other alchemists thought of even more, because earlier, Ling Han refined and barbecued at the same time, yet was still able to refine a 13 stars, even 14 stars medicinal pill. Was this doable for a medium-level earth grade alchemist? At least high-level earth grade. No, it should be the heaven grade. Hiss. Heaven grade alchemy master. Not even one could be found in the entire North region. Chapter 291, Ousting Strange Fire. Reverie _ What was called having the crowd on its feet? This was. When everyone looked towards Ling Han again, their gazes had fanaticism, and even the 3 alchemy big shots weren't exceptions. They placed the 7 turns break crisis pill into the jade bottle and reverently returned it to Ling Han, as if looking at a deity. This was definitely a future king of alchemy who was worth the worship of all alchemists. Ling Han smiled lightly and said, I'm now an earth-grade alchemist, right? Yes, most definitely. Long Yongzhang and the other alchemy big shots nodded repeatedly. He wasn't only an earth-grade alchemist, but even one who could immediately become a medium-level or high-level earth-grade alchemist. Utterly kick-ass. Ling Han looked towards Cheng Fei Jun, whose expression was already ashen, and said with a smile, Little Cheng, why don't you pay respect to this master? Cheng Fei Jun bit his lip to the point of bleeding. Now 3 earth-grade alchemists acknowledged Ling Han's status, and under everyone's glare, how could he refuse to acknowledge he lost the bet? If he knelt down, then his life would be over. You still haven't gotten the certificate, so if you say you're an earth-grade alchemist, then you are one? He acted shameless as expected. Yong Longzhang immediately revealed a displeased expression and said, Cheng Fei Jun, Master Ling just refined a 7 turns break crisis pill. Did you not witness it with your own eyes? Besides, we 3 can prove it, and you still doubt Master Ling's status. What are you implying? Cheng Fei Jun clenched his teeth and said, no matter what, unless he takes out a certificate of an earth-grade alchemist, I won't believe it in a million years. The Starlight Hall had no right to grant earth-grade certificates. It had to be reported to North Region's Alchemist Society's headquarters, and after a series of steps, then the alchemist certificate could be issued. Walking through these procedures had to take a month's time. Cheng Fei Jun used this fact to stubbornly refuse to admit defeat. Ling Han laughed slightly and said, you won't be convinced until you're faced with the grim reality? Daring to refuse defeat, was Cheng Fei Jun seeking death? He took large strides toward Cheng Fei Jun. What, you want to get rough with me? Cheng Fei Jun sneered. His abilities in alchemy were inferior to Ling Han's, but in battle prowess, he wouldn't cower. He was at the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Ling Han reached out, grabbing towards Qing Fei Jun. Impudence. Qing Fei Jun snorted, and raised his hand to counter. Pa. A mere seventh layer of the gushing spring tear couldn't possibly be Ling Han's opponent, right? As he raised his hand, Ling Han soon suppressed it. He couldn't help but stare wide-eyed with an expression of extreme disbelief. Acting shamelessly in front of me, where do you get the confidence? Peng, 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 Ling Han greeted with a series of normal punches, beating Qing Fei Jun, who screamed repeatedly. Everyone looked at each other, no one daring to stop the fight. Ling Han was an Earth-grade alchemist, and was highly likely to surpass Yong Longzhang and the other two Earth-grade alchemists, becoming a medium-level, or even a high-level Earth-grade alchemist would want to offend him. Moreover, Qing Fei Jun certainly had terrible gambling manners. He downright lost, but still fought with his back against the wall, completely inviting a beating for himself. After beating Qing Fei Jun as if he were a dead dog, Ling Han carried him, smiled at everyone, and said, I still have some debt to take care of with him, be right back. Everyone thought that Ling Han wanted to contently punch Qing Fei Jun, hurriedly nodding their heads that Qing Fei Jun deserved what he got for going against a great alchemist. Ling Han carried the unconscious Qing Fei Jun into a pill refining room. The walls here weren't transparent, and his figure immediately flashed, bringing Qing Fei Jun into the Black Tower. In this space, he was like a god. Stripping away Qing Fei Jun's strange fire was as easy as could be. As expected, a ball of cyan flame immediately surfaced from within Qing Fei Jun's body, and Ling Han's strange fire immediately revealed its excitement and sent a thought to Ling Han, yeah. It wanted to devour this ball of cyan flame. Ling Han swung his hand, and a crimson-colored strange fire instantly surfaced, diving towards the cyan flame without hesitation. The two balls of flames instantly started fighting. This was a battle between the strange fires. Whichever one would devour the other, enabling its own growth while the opponent would forever disappear. In a battle like this, Ling Han couldn't interfere even if he were the dictator here. However, Ling Han's strange fire was birthed from a shattering void-tier warrior's body. Its level was extremely high. Besides, the Black Tower also strengthened it, and its power increased drastically, soon letting it gain the upper hand. The two balls of strange fire started to fuse and the cyan flame began disappearing at a visible rate, while the crimson flame became brighter and brighter. Ling Han was done. He took Qing Fei Jun out of the Black Tower, offhandedly throwing him to the side. If it weren't for the strange fire, why would he even bother to argue with a nobody? This time, he just happened to need to take the test for the Earth grade, and receiving a strange fire in passing was quite the great bonus. As he came to the large hall, Yong Longzhang and the others were already waiting here, and all of them expressed a sign of respect towards Ling Han. Ling Han thanked them one by one, then brought Hunyou back to the inn, agreeing to return in a few days. He had to get the Earth grade certificate before he left, so he was certainly staying here for a while. But Yong Longzhan and the other two Earth-grade alchemists promised they would acquire Ling Han's certificate as soon as possible and wouldn't make him wait long. Zhu He Xian spoke about Ling Han advancing into the Earth grade to others, instantly making Guang Yuan and the rest stare dumbfounded. It had only been a few days, and Ling Han had advanced into Earth grade from high-level Black grade. Who could believe this? However, they immediately became excited following an Earth grade alchemist. Would they still worry about not having medicinal pills to take? They were bound to be medicine decocting pots for other people to envy. They immediately called for a celebration for Ling Han. However, their true aim was food. Ling Han's fruits, vegetables, and meat were truly too delicious, making them keep thinking about them. Actually, they didn't even know Ling Han had a vegetable garden that could provide for the entire Rain country, otherwise, they wouldn't occasionally bring up the request. They assumed that these worldly delicacies were definitely extremely rare. At night, in the town's north area in a quiet courtyard, Qing Fei Jun wore complete black and appeared like a thief, knocking on the door 3 lengthy times in 2 short times. Creak, the door opened, and a 14 to 15-year-old boy appeared expressionlessly, making way without saying a word. Cheng Fei Jun figure shifted and entered into the courtyard, walking in quick steps. With only a few steps, he arrived at the main lobby, where an unprepossessing old man sat and drank tea. At a closer look, one could see that his complexion was strangely pale. "My respects to Lord Luo." Cheng Fei Jun hurriedly knelt down to pay respects, his arrogant and rampant attitude already disappeared without a trace. 10 days one report, "Why have you come early?" The old man surnamed Luo spoke, his voice hoarse, thoroughly seeping with a thread of eeriness. At this time, the boy also walked into the main lobby and stood behind the old man. Under the light, the boy's appearance could clearly be seen, a blushed and white face of an indescribable eccentricity, or rather, he put on powder and rouge. Why would a boy smear powder and rouge over his face? Chapter 292, Thousand Corpse Sect Reappears. Reverie _ Cheng Fei Jun didn't look a second time, still kneeling on the ground as he said, "This subordinate has made a grave mistake, please punish me, Lord Luo." "What mistake did you make?" The old man surnamed Luo was still taking his time drinking the tea. Cheng Fei Jun clenched his teeth and said, "This subordinate's strange fire has been taken." "Pooh." The old man surnamed Luo almost spurted out a mouthful of tea. He stood up abruptly and said sternly, "You do know just how many resources and people it cost this sect to get you that strange fire? You do know just how many elders moved out and what it cost them to drive that strange fire into you? This subordinate knows, but this subordinate really had no way out." Cheng Fei Jun said with a lamenting expression. "What exactly happened? Tell this old man from beginning to end, don't hide a sliver." The old man surnamed Luo calmed down. "Yes. Yes." Cheng Fei Jun hurriedly spoke about the bet he made with Ling Han, but he naturally watered down Qin Kai Fu's arrogance, and instead claimed Ling Han had long had his attention on his strange fire and schemed against him, resulting in the conflict with Qin Kai Fu to bait him into making the bet. The old man surnamed Luo listened quietly without saying a word until Qin Kai Fu finished, then he said, "You're saying that he took your strange fire in the short amount of time that you were unconscious?" "That's right." Cheng Fei Jun hurriedly nodded. This subordinate naturally knows the importance of strange fire, which relates to Lord Sect Master's great plan to seize the Star Brilliance Palace Hall in this land. Even if this subordinate were torn limb from limb by 5 horses, this subordinate would never give away the strange fire. The old man surnamed Luo didn't take the vehement expression at the end to heart. He revealed a contemplative expression, and said, "This person is the same as you, only in the gushing spring tier?" "Not only is he in the gushing spring tier, but also just at the first layer," Cheng Fei Jun hurriedly added. "Are you a good-for-nothing? You are at the 7th layer of the gushing spring tier, yet you can't even beat one in the first layer, humph." The old man surnamed Luo stared fiercely at Cheng Fei Jun, and then closed his eyes for a while. "According to what you've said, this youngster is extremely strange, actually capable of becoming an Earth-grade alchemist at such a young age." Cheng Fei Jun's expression was slightly weird, because he said Ling Han advanced into the Earth grade, but didn't describe the ease with which Ling Han refined the pills. Not only did a little girl cause inconvenience, he also barbecued meat on the side, simply heaven-defying. Ling Han was definitely not a normal low-level Earth-grade alchemist. His true level probably shot to high-level Earth grade, and precisely because of this, the 3 Earth-grade alchemists respected Ling Han like a god. In the alchemy world, one whose skills were better was superior, garnering the respect of all others. But if he were to say this, maybe the old man surnamed Luo would think about recruiting Ling Han? How would he take revenge on Ling Han for killing his brother, then? He had to be selfish. The old man surnamed Luo knocked lightly on the table and said, "This child not only has surprisingly talent in alchemy, but also has the battle prowess that far surpasses his own tier. This old man will personally move out to capture this child. Without the strange fire, you have no chance to control the Starlight Hall here, and Lord Sect Master's plan can't ever fail in the hands of a junior." Cheng Fei Jun was exulted. Ling Han also had the strange fire, so would that mean he would be able to get 2 strange fires in days to come? His level in alchemy would definitely improve. At this rate, not only could he take revenge for his brother, but he could also personally receive gains, naturally having the best of both worlds. "Thank you, Lord," he hurriedly said. "Rise." The old man surnamed Luo lifted his hand. "These few days, don't run into conflict with that kid, lest you arouse his vigilance. This old man will act as soon as possible in case of a future hitch." Cheng Fei Jun finally dared to stand and said, "This subordinate will do as you bid." And this old man received news that many of the younger generation from the 9 nations of the desolate north are on the move, planning to go to the Winter Moon Sect to attend their once in 5 years disciple recruitment meeting. There should be many good seedlings from these youngsters, and this old man wants you to think of a way to make them stay. Observe as much as you can, and pick out the most worthy talents. This old man will personally come out and bring them into the sect, the old man surnamed Luo commanded. Yes, this subordinate will definitely settle things soundly. Cheng Fei Jun said respectfully again. Go. The old man surnamed waved his hands dismissively, obvious displeasure on his face. Cheng Fei Jun didn't dare say anything, hurriedly turning to leave. The child closed the door in passing after he left and returned to the main lobby, still wearing a blank expression. The great plan is about to succeed, just waiting for the assassination of Yong Longzhang and the other 2 old trolls. With Cheng Fei Jun's prospects, he could control the Starlight Hall and execute Lord Sect Master's plans, releasing the altered medicinal pill with added corpse chi, making the 9 countries' martial artists refine themselves into corpse soldiers. These corpse soldiers will first devour countless mortals' flesh and blood, and battle and devour each other, as if breeding venomous insect one. At last, the one that is left will be the corpse king, becoming a strong supportive power for us, the 1,000 corpse sect. Damn it, at a time like this a junior actually ran out, obstructing Lord Sect Master's plans. This boy cannot remain. This old man will personally move out tomorrow to take him down, forcing out the strange fire. Cheng Fei Jun that good for nothing, even having his strange fire taken in the Starlight Hall, what a true idiot. Whatever, this boy named Ling Han already became an Earth-grade alchemist, he needs to be eliminated, otherwise, it will definitely affect Lord Sect Master's plans. After the old man surnamed Luo finished muttering to himself, he moved his gaze onto the boy on the side. A strange color surfaced in his gaze as he licked his lips like a snake and said, "My darling, the night grows late, we should go to bed." Hearing those words, the boy immediately revealed a vicious expression. He picked up the old man surnamed Luo, pressed him onto the table, and said fiercely, "Old B. TCH, just watch how I'll fuck you up." The old man surnamed Luo was face full of agitation, and without any resistance, he stuck up his butt. That scene was so beautiful that none would dare to look. After a day, Ling Han went to the Starlight Hall. He wanted to research some information. He wasn't sure about martial arts, but alchemy definitely was an incomplete legacy. The Starlight Hall should have some historic records on alchemy. Ling Han wanted to check them out to see just why was the legacy incomplete and how it happened. Moreover, he also wanted to know about that shattering void tier warrior, and just what brought on the siege of Jiang Yufeng and several hundreds of heaven tier warriors. Just what exactly was hidden behind that event. Although he hadn't received a certificate, everyone at the Starlight Hall treated him as an Earth-grade alchemist. He wanted to research the historic materials, and who was going to stop him? He entered the library building, which had 7 massive bookshelves filled with all sorts of information. Ling Han started to flip through the books, searching for what he wanted. Very quickly he frowned, because all detailed records of history started from 8,000 years or so ago. Strange. Chapter 293, Historic Records. Reverie _ According to the historic records, 9,000 years ago, a calamity befell the vast lands, killing many strong cultivators and resulting in the destruction of martial arts and alchemy legacies. After several hundred years of chaos, the vast lands were finally reconstructed, forming the modern-day layout. Ling Han saw his own name in the records. In his previous life, he was also known as the Grand Master of Alchemy, innovating the three-fire guide technique, which sadly seemed to have been lost. However, his two disciples' names that learned alchemy from him weren't in the historic records. Not only them, but also Jiang Yufeng and Xing Rui Jing, the two martial arts disciples, were not mentioned, as if they never appeared in this world. Moreover, Ling Han didn't see Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden's biographies. Before, he thought Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden were strong, but now thinking about it, their sect masters were probably titans that were terrifyingly shocking. Azura Demon Emperor recognized the three styles of black origin, and kept crying out Heaven's Sword Sect this and that. Azura Demon Emperor came from the divine plane, so Heaven's Sword Palace should be a force in the god realm. With a sword art like the three styles of black origin in the Heaven's Sword Sect, could it be assumed that Heaven's Sword Sect was Heaven's Sword Palace's branch in the vast lands? If this assumption was correct, then Sword Emperor should have at least found the way to break through to the Shattering Void tier, even advancing further and ascending to the divine plane. Then, Sword Emperor should have been a dazzling figure in the world, shining over an entire generation, so how could there not have been even half a record? It truly made him unable to understand. The huge chaos 9,000 years ago, could it have been caused by besieging that Shattering Void tier warrior by Jiang Yufeng and the others? However, if Heaven's Sword Sect could communicate with the divine plane, would it have turned out so tragically to the point of using the lives of several hundreds of Heaven tier warriors for suppression? Ling Han placed the ancient record down and started rummaging through the geography section, and the layout of different forces. The strongest in the North region was only the spiritual infant tier, and setting this aside for now, the other three regions south, east, and west were slightly stronger, boasting Heaven tier cultivators. The amount was quite a lot, at least in the open. Every city had 10 or so such strong cultivators that far surpassed Ling Han's previous life's power. Could it be that in my previous life, I was born in the twilight of a martial arts age, so that in the entire world there were only 7 Heaven tier cultivators, and counting in a force like Heaven's Sword Sect, the amount of Heaven tier warriors couldn't possibly be that many, right? However, only after several hundred years, martial arts welcomed an explosive prosperous age, and at least several hundred Heaven tier warriors were born, fight a Shattering Void tier opponent desperately to death. And now, another golden age of martial arts has come, with large amounts of Heaven tier warriors appearing. Could it be that another massive calamity is coming? Ling Han rubbed his nose and continued reading on. The middle state was the strongest in martial arts ability, and it was said that there were Shattering Void tier warriors protecting it. If it was when Ling Han was just reborn, he would definitely have cried out, "SH!" A living Shattering Void tier warrior actually appeared. However, he even saw a living god spirit, so someone in the Shattering Void tier seemed not to be much. As to how many Shattering Void tier warriors were in the middle state, no one knew, but Ling Han found the records of the Heaven's Sword Sect. This force was one of the strongest sects in the middle state, boasting Shattering Void tier warriors. This Heaven's Sword Sect, was it that Heaven's Sword Sect from his previous life? Ling Han felt that it should be. So, if he could go to the Heaven's Sword Sect to read through the ancient records, then he would definitely be able to find the beginning and end of that chaos 9,000 years ago. However, this sect doesn't seem to accept disciples, otherwise I could blend in with the Black Tower's cover, and with blood-sucking origin gold, I could enter any treasure vault and open any lock. And Cloud Phoenix sect that Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden was in is also erected in the middle state. Same goes with Setting Sun Saber Emperor's Absolute Saber sect. Yes, after my tier is a bit higher, I must go check out the middle state. After Ling Han flipped through for a while, he got up and left. He solved a few of his doubts, but the unsolved mysteries increased in numbers, making him feel very gloomy. Ling Han inquired the information on the remaining 3 ingredients of Restore Spirit Pill, but the Star Brilliance Palace Hall didn't have them as expected. These 3 ingredients were all Earth-grade materials, so it was normal for the Star Brilliance Palace Hall not to have them. After all, this was just the headquarters of Heaven's Medicine Pavilion in the 9 nations of the desolate north. It was almost certain that if he went to a large city in the heart of the desolate north, then the Heaven's Medicine Pavilion there would definitely have those 3 medicinal ingredients. Ling Han left the Star Brilliance Palace Hall and walked towards the inn, but he soon felt a shred of unease. Someone was tailing him. Ling Han was immediately certain. He had the Heaven-tier divine sense, which was extremely keen. After being stared at a few times, he naturally would feel a reaction. However, he temporarily didn't know who followed him. Ling Han remained calm and collected, starting to walk towards a place where there were fewer streams of people. After walking for half an hour, he arrived at a turn and his figure flashed, entering the Black Tower. Soon after, an old man's figure appeared. He stood next to the corner of the turn, looking afar as his expression revealed a hint of doubt. He was obviously the old man surnamed Luo from yesterday. Due to the strange fire's importance, he started moving on the second day, watching Ling Han's movements to find a chance to make a move. It originally went well, as Ling Han actually walked towards a place where there were fewer people. It was practically creating a chance for him, but never did he think that this boy would actually vanish after making a turn into the alleyway. Where'd he run off to? The old man surnamed Luo revealed a doubtful expression, because he had the confidence that with the cultivation of the spiritual pedestal tier, it was impossible for Ling Han to discover him. However, the other party disappeared without a trace, meaning that the other party had already taken notice. This child was strange as expected, and not to be underestimated. He circled in place for a long while, wanting to find the secret behind Ling Han's sudden disappearance, but in the end, he could only shake his head, leaping away. Ling Han didn't appear, but looked at the strange fire inside the Black Tower. Now the fusion of the 2 balls of strange fire was nearing the end, and at most, it would be completed in half an hour. He waited patiently, as expected. Without half an hour's time, a crimson flame flew over and spun around him, sending a thought, Yaya. Ling Han. However, after a short while, the strange fire suddenly sent another spiritual thought. Ling Han was surprised, the strange fire could actually speak. No wonder the strange fire wanted to devour and merge with other strange fires. They became stronger this way in not only the flame's power, but also in intellect. Hee, you can actually speak, then you can't stay in my hand from now on, otherwise my privacy will all be seen by you. Ling Han laughed. The strange fire jumped onto his shoulder, yet it oddly didn't set his clothes on fire. First, it was because the strange fire had sufficient control, and second, it was within the Black Tower space, so Ling Han was in control of everything here. It said, I want a name too. You want a name too? Ling Han scratched his head, and said, naming isn't my strength, but since there's already Small Tower, you can be called Small Fire. Small Fire, I'm Small Fire. Strange Fire didn't seem to mind, and seemed to be extremely happy after receiving a name, starting to jump on Ling Han's shoulder. Chapter 294, Going Blind. Reverie _ Xiao, at this time, the old man surnamed Luo reappeared in the alleyway. He originally pretended to leave, but was actually ambushing on the side to see if Ling Han used some strange method to temporarily hide. After all, to indescribably escape underneath the eyes of someone in the spiritual pedestal tier, he wouldn't really believe it. However, he guarded for so long and finally lost patience, thinking that Ling Han truly ran. Otherwise, no matter the concealment method, it shouldn't be able to last for so long, right? He circled around a few more times in the vicinity, leaving at last. Ling Han nodded. This old man really left this time. Nyo, help me keep an eye on that old man, and see where he lives, Ling Han said to Nyo. The little girl stayed in the Black Tower when she had nothing to do, because when she wanted to eat, she could, and when she wanted to play, she could act spoiled with Ling Han. Besides, the space here was large enough for her to play wildly. Moreover, this little girl also raised a few wolves and some pigs, but they weren't her friends, but her prey. Hu Niu instantly became interested and pat her small chest as she said, "Leave it to Niu." After the little girl went out of the Black Tower, she tailed the old man, while Ling Han returned to the inn. Even someone in the spiritual ocean tier could only gape at Hu Niu's speed, and she might not necessarily lose out against another at the spiritual pedestal tier, so it was safe and there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, who would be suspicious of a 5-6-year-old little girl? It wouldn't be good for Ling Han to follow, since it might expose Hu Niu. Therefore, he returned to the inn very reassured, leaving the scouting mission to Hu Niu. In a short while, Hu Niu returned, diving into Ling Han's embrace and saying coyly, "Niu helped Ling Han find where the old man lives. Good work." Ling Han rubbed Hu Niu's head, making her reveal a kitten-like expression, enjoying it greatly. Lu Yutong and Li Chan looked at each other, revealing a worried look. Hu Niu's possessiveness was more intense by the day, and once they approached Ling Han now, the little girl would just hang on to Ling Han and act spoiled shamelessly anyways. She just wouldn't give them a chance to get close. Who would have thought, who would have thought that this little girl was their greatest rival? At night, Ling Han let Hu Niu lead the way, arriving at the northern part of the small town outside the courtyard where the old man surnamed Luo stayed. Of course, they were still very far away. After all, the old man had the cultivation of the spiritual pedestal tier. Let me think, that presence that old man emits gives me a very familiar feeling. Ling Han propped his chin in his hand. Before, when he was inside the Black Tower, observing the old man surnamed Luo, he didn't particularly pay attention, but thinking about it now, the other party's presence was extremely strange. Just who was it on that I sensed this before? He thought for a while but couldn't remember. Then, patting himself on the head, he said, "That's right, I still have the eye of truth." The spirit power condensed in the right eye, and instantly, lines of fabric surfaced on the eyeball. In Ling Han's eyes, the courtyard's walls slowly became transparent, and his gaze penetrated them. Layer after layer, the entire courtyard became transparent, revealing it all in minute details. T. However, when he saw the scene inside, Ling Han was instantly so disgusted that he almost puked out the meal from the previous night. He hurriedly retracted the eye of truth as the corner of his lips twitched, feeling as if his view on life was breaking down. He saw the old man surnamed Luo lying on the ground and sticking his butt up while a boy from behind was forcefully, just thinking about it once more made him want to puke. Disgusting, truly freaking disgusting. A figure shot out from the courtyard. It was the old man surnamed Luo. He was just in the zone, but he suddenly felt a gaze that fixed on him, making him greatly shocked. He hurriedly pulled up his pants and jumped onto the perimeter walls, sweeping his eyes over the surroundings. Ling Han already brought Hu Niu into the Black Tower, so he naturally couldn't find anything, only thinking that he had blurred vision. He jumped back into the courtyard, and naturally a great battle awaited him there. That blinded my freaking eyes. Ling Han ridiculed. "No, I have to wash it with water, otherwise, I'll have post-traumatic disorder for the rest of my life. How could there be such disgusting deeds? I must use the eye of truth with caution from now on. Such a scene, if seen many times, I'll definitely die young." After being disgusted for a while, Ling Han calmed down and thought, strange, why would someone in the spiritual pedestal tier live in seclusion here? Why follow me? I just arrived here, so it's not possible for me to have offended anyone. There's only Cheng Fei Jun. Could the two be related in some way? Could it be that Cheng Fei Jun's one of this old man's gigolos? Pa, that damned old man. No, I must slaughter him, or else that lovely scene will always disgust me. Ling Han returned to the inn and gave Zhu Wujiao a mission, to monitor Cheng Fei Jun. Zhu Wujiao was able to take revenge on his great enemy after he received Ling Han's support and had been eating Ling Han's medicinal pills and worldly delicacies, so he desperately wanted to serve Ling Han. Seeing Ling Han arrange a mission for him, he naturally went gladly. "Ling Han, your complexion doesn't look too good," Lu Yutong and Li Si Chan both said worriedly. Ling Han's expression now was as if he'd been run over by an old hag several hundred times. It was as dark as it could be. Ling Han waved his hands dismissively and said, "Don't make me remember it." Lu Yutong and Li Si Chan were baffled. They couldn't possibly think of something that could scare Ling Han to this degree. Staying at the inn for a couple of days, Ling Han didn't go out at all, and instead worked on his foundation. He was now in the peak period of the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, having the qualifications to charge into the Spiritual Ocean tier. But the problem was that his time in the Gushing Spring tier was too short, and refining demonic chi and absorbing the 100 poison jade ointment rapidly increased his cultivation. His foundation wasn't completely stable, and if he now broke through, it would be disadvantageous when he climbed up to the higher tiers hereafter. Therefore, Ling Han wasn't in a rush to break through, simply continuing to stabilize cultivation and planning to break through after around 2 months. A 17-year-old warrior in the Spiritual Ocean tier was still extremely surprising. Of course, this was already incomparable to Yan Tianzhao, or the future who knew the little girl's potential was truly terrifying. However, the fact that Yan Tianzhao could possess the cultivation of the Spiritual Ocean tier should be related to the devouring art he cultivated. Lady Yan taught Yun Shuang the subordinate mantra of that art. Maybe she also cultivated it and had her cultivation devoured by Yan Tianzhao? Otherwise, Ling Han couldn't think of another possibility for Yan Tianzhao to reach the Spiritual Ocean tier within the short amount of days. However, after that, Yan Tianzhao's cultivation improvements should be normal, otherwise, it'd only take him several days to advance into the Spiritual Pedestal tier, another several days to break through to the Spiritual Infant tier, and then immediately enter the Shattering Void tier. This world was more complicated than Ling Han had thought, and by many folds at that. Now was the apex of prosperity in martial arts, all sorts of talents frequently appeared, and if one wanted to reach the top, then one would be bound to experience countless rivalries and contend with thousands of prodigies. After yet another several days, Zhu Wujiao finally brought news back, saying that Qing Fei Jun had come into contact with the old man surnamed Luo as expected. Chapter 295, 2 Pieces of News. Reverie _. Ling Han had already utilized the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's power to investigate the old man's surnamed Luo. This man's name was Luo Jifeng, and he came to the town 3 years ago, keeping a very low profile as if to live in seclusion here. Since the man didn't cause trouble, Star Brilliance Palace Hall naturally couldn't chase this person out. At first, they monitored for a while, but after such a long time, they were no longer concerned about him. During this time, Luo Jifeng would run to the nearby inn to monitor Ling Han. Of course he thought that he was deeply hidden, but he could never hide from Ling Han's divine sense. It was just that Ling Han simply remained calm and collected. Ling Han remained calm and collected for so many days because he didn't want to give Luo Jifeng the chance to attack. If he dared to attack publicly at the inn, then it was equivalent to going against the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Ling Han was now an Earth-grade alchemist, and publicly attacking Ling Han would definitely bring on the storming wrath of the Alchemist Society. At this time, 2 great events consecutively happened. First, in the 9 nations of the desolate north, large amounts of people from the young generation walked out from the country's gates, heading toward the Winter Moon Sect. Ling Han made some inquiries and found out that the Winter Moon Sect would open its doors to accept disciples every 5 years. For the younger generation, joining the Winter Moon Sect meant that they had a chance to break through to the Spiritual Infant tier in the future. Not to mention the young generation flocking like ducks, even the older generations were stirred up, but the Winter Moon Sect only accepted disciples under 30. To say the least, even if they couldn't join the Winter Moon Sect, they could still broaden their knowledge. They couldn't always stay foolishly conceited in their countries. Since the Fallen Moon Gorge was the only way to the North region, large amounts of young martial artists now gathered in the desolate north. It was said that Qing Fei Jun personally invited them, organizing a martial arts tea party and discussing martial arts. For the younger generation, each one arrogantly thought they were the number one in the world, and hearing of this event, they naturally wanted to attend. After all, there would be the younger generation of the 9 countries, and who wouldn't want to be the best, becoming the number 1 in the desolate north? That would bring them so much fame and face. On the other hand, Ching Fei Jun took out a Restore Heart pill and said that he would give it to the first place of the event as a reward, inciting the passion even more in the youngsters. The Restore Heart pill was a holy medicine of healing. It was said that as long as one still had a breath left, they could immediately be healed no matter how heavy their injuries. If not, it could at least keep one alive. For a martial artist, what was more precious than a life-saving medicinal pill? Thus, for reputation and benefit, many people were naturally attracted. Secondly, there was suddenly news on the blue scale demonic fruit, a main ingredient in refining the Restore Spirit pill that Ling Han persistently searched for. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion announced that it was carrying out a large-scale auction, and in the auction, there would be 1 blue-scale demonic fruit for sale. This was probably also related to the recent gathering of young talents from the 9 countries, so there naturally wouldn't be lack of those with money. According to the legends, this spirit medicine grew with the blue-scale beast, a 7th-tier beast, an equivalent of the spiritual infant tier. The harvesting difficulty was extremely large. The blue-scale demonic fruit was the main ingredient in refining the Nurture Spirit pill, which could heal martial artists' damaged divine sense. Its effects were extremely great. From the flower blossom tier, martial artists began to comprehend heaven and earth and went on a mental journey into the void, which often gave rise to extremely dangerous mirages such as traveling through hell or battling with a terrifying opponent. This could make martial artists lose themselves and become unable to differentiate between dream and reality. Getting injured in such a dream, a martial artist's divine sense would be injured heavily. For a martial artist, the essence, chi, and spirit were equally important. If the divine sense was injured, then it would affect the activation of the spirit base in refining spiritual chi, and one's cultivation could become stagnant. In more severe cases, it could result in regression of cultivation, decrease of one's tier. Therefore, Nurture Spirit pill which could restore the divine sense became extremely precious. Right, there was also a Spirit Treasures Pavilion here that was of common origin with the one in the Rain Country. Just like the Heaven Medicines Pavilion, they opened branch stores everywhere. However, Heaven Medicines Pavilion sold medicine, while the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was primarily in the auction business. When Ling Han received news, he immediately took a trip to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, hoping that the other party could offer a price to sell the blue-scale beast fruit directly. After all, he left all his funds at the Ling family. Bringing it here would be useless anyways, since they simply didn't accept the Rain Country's currency. So, he hoped to buy on credit or something, having confidence that his status of the Earth-grade alchemist would prove that returning money definitely wouldn't be a problem. However, the manager of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion expressed regret that they never had a precedent of selling internally, and wouldn't start it either. The wise way was for Ling Han to prepare more funds before the auction began. Want to buy a spirit medicine above the 5th tier? Sorry, silver was of no use. One needed to use something called Origin Power Crystal. Origin Power Crystals were also known as Origin Crystals. It wasn't something of nature. It required a spiritual ocean tier martial artist to extract their own origin power and pour it into a special crystal, sealing it with their martial intent. Origin crystals would then be able to be refined and absorbed by other martial artists to speed up cultivation, even comprehending the martial intent within. This was a very good supportive cultivation item, and even surpassed most medicinal pills, becoming the favorite amongst martial artists. Therefore, it became the common currency in the vast lands. Of course, different tier martial artists refined differently valued origin power crystals. The spiritual ocean tier warriors refined the lowest end known as a 1-star origin power crystal, and one made by a shattering void tier cultivator was naturally of the highest grade, 7 stars. 1-star origin crystal was basically what flowed through the market, and 7 stars grade was just like a dream, almost never seen and only appearing in rumors. After all, which shattering void tier cultivator needed to refine origin crystals to make money? Ling Han was determined to get the blue-scale beast fruit, but a very realistic problem was placed in front of him. He had no money. To obtain a spirit fruit like this put up for auction, he inevitably needed large amount of origin crystals, but Ling Han didn't even have a single origin crystal. Even if he turned to pressure Guang Yuan and worked him like a horse to refine it, the auction began in 3 days. Just how much could be produced in that time? Yes, 7 turns break crisis pill can be put up for auction, but who knows how much origin crystals it'll be auctioned for. It's insufficient, Ling Han pondered, and finally decided to attack from different angles, putting up the 7 turns break crisis pill for auction and selling the medicinal ingredients planted in the Black Tower. It was mainly the ginseng and the Ganoderma. These were good things for nourishing origin qi, and their value increased along with their age. Inside the Black Tower, planting it for a year was equivalent to planting it 1,000 years, very easily making 1,000-year ginseng and 1,000-year Ganoderma. Of course, it had only been 2 months or so since Ling Han opened the Black Tower, so he couldn't have a 1,000-year-old one. However, 100-year ginseng and 100-year Ganoderma were definitely hot consumer goods he didn't have to worry about not being able to sell. Things that nourished the body and the origin were loved by everyone. Not to mention those of the spiritual pedestal tier and the spiritual infant tier, even the shattering void tier warriors wouldn't mind eating it often. For example, who could resist a ginseng pheasant stew, something both delicious and nourishing? Ling Han didn't know how many acres of ginseng and Ganoderma he planted, so he didn't care about taking a few acres worth of them to sell. Because he didn't want to expose the secret of the Black Tower, Ling Han planned to first return to dig up the ginseng and Ganoderma, process it, then take it out. Otherwise, if it was directly thrown out of fresh mud, then it would truly cause people's suspicions. A spatial tool that could take in living things? Fuck, maybe even a warrior of the Shattering Void tier would be interested, and at that time even the title of an Earth-grade alchemist couldn't possibly protect him. Chapter 296, Gathered Together at the Small Town. Reverie _. However, just as Ling Han returned to the inn, he met a few old friends. Qi Yongyi, Bailey Tingyun, Li Dongyu, and the later generation of the 8 great clans of the imperial city like Xiao Huan, Qian Wuyong, Huang Weizhe, and so on and so forth. These people were basically the future cornerstone of the Rain country in another 30 years. They all heard Ling Han became an Earth-grade alchemist, and after making some inquiries, they found out that Ling Han lived here and came over for a visit. An Earth-grade alchemist, 2-SS, a first for the Rain country. Even if Rain Emperor came personally, he would only be on equal footing as Ling Han. Even those slightly weaker emperors would have to bootlick Ling Han. Since that was so and these youngsters knew that Ling Han was here, they didn't dare not to pay a visit and extend their greetings. Furthermore, to form a relationship with a super alchemist like this would truly be beneficial. Master Ling. Qi Yongyi and the others smiled, not daring to call Ling Han by name. Ling Han didn't care, his own friends naturally didn't need to be treated as strangers, but Qi Yongyi and Bailey Tingyun didn't pass his test. They were only acquaintances, so Ling Han didn't care whatever they called him. However, Ling Han wouldn't be petty either, as he took out the fruits and vegetables and the meat he grew inside the Black Tower to receive them. There were several low-tier beasts inside, but for receiving acquaintances, normal meat was enough. In a short moment, everyone ate plate after plate, and the scene went out of control as the other people inside the inn thought they were about to fight, almost running off to call the people of Star Brilliance Palace Hall. After a sumptuous meal, as martial artists, everyone couldn't help but be curious. Qin Yi, you actually reached the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier. Zhao Huan looked at Qin Yi somewhat surprised. Before this, he was always firmly on top of the other in cultivation. Now he just broke through to the 7th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, but Qin Yi skyrocketed to the 9th layer of the Gushing Spring tier, so how could that not have greatly surprised him? Huh. Ah. Qian Wuyong and the others cried out one after another. The arduousness of the path of martial arts was taken one step and one footprint at a time. Certainly, the lower the tier, the more likely it was possible for skyrocketing to happen, but as cultivation was higher, the advancement became slower, like climbing a tall mountain. At first one could sprint, but reaching halfway up, one would be gasping for breath, needing to rest after a few steps. Qin Ye's advancement speed completely surpassed their expectations. Qin Ye kept silent, cold as usual, lightly rubbing the blade handle. In his eyes, no person was more important than the saber. Everyone was just momentarily shocked, but immediately came to a realization. Don't forget, Qin Ye now followed an Earth-grade alchemist. With an Earth-grade alchemist chucking medicinal pills, could cultivation advancement not be fast? In reality, Qin Ye also possessed the qualifications to charge to the spiritual ocean tier, but he and Ling Han were the same. Having increased their cultivation with medicinal pills, they had to first stabilize their tiers. Blindly pursuing a higher tier was only pulling up a seedling in mistaken hope of helping it grow. The repercussions would soon appear, like the situation of stars of battle prowess unable to keep up with one's tier. How was that different from being a disabled person? Qin Ye, fight me. Zhao Huan challenged him. Before, he could always firmly suppress Qin Ye, but now the other party's tier surpassed his instead. He wanted to fight even more to prove that he was truly the strongest talent in the imperial city. Qin Ye, Yan Tianzhao, and Feng Yan, those freaks were out of consideration. Qin Ye didn't take the fight, but shook his head and said, "You cannot match me, one strike and you'd be cut down by me." Zhao Huan couldn't help but get angry. However, with Ling Han at the scene, he couldn't lose his temper. He simply snorted and said, 2 days later would be the martial arts tea party. I hope that when the time comes, you won't be stingy and refuse to take on a fight. Qin Ye stayed silent for a short while, then pointed at Ling Han and said, I am not the one you should surpass, he is. Everyone was instantly speechless. Who didn't know Ling Han's freakishness, defeating Yan Tianzhao with one strike and crippling Feng Yan with one palm? He was simply a monster. Besides, this monster was also a big boss of alchemy, so who dared to challenge him? No matter if one won or lost, neither would be good. Master Ling, will you also attend the martial arts tea party 3 days later? Qi Yongyi asked. Ling Han pondered, and said, might as well take a look. If Master Ling attends, then we can only step aside. Chang Wuyong laughed, bootlicking Ling Han a tiny bit. However, Master Ling, hurry up and raise your tier. We won't have any face always being suppressed by you, a person in the first layer of the gushing spring tier. Huang Wei-zhe joked as well. This was also because Ling Han was young, or else if it were Fu Yuansheng, he wouldn't dare say something like this. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. His spring's eye was already merged earlier. No matter if he were at the 3rd layer or the 9th layer of the gushing spring, it all looked like the first layer of the gushing spring. He said, don't you all worry, I won't fight the day after tomorrow. With such a good chance, he planned to sell the ginseng and Ganoderma from the Black Tower to the people of the 9 nations of the desolate north. This way, he could weaken the financial resources of those competing for the blue scale beast fruit and bring himself some fortune, naturally killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Master Ling, you said it. Everyone's eyes lit up. The strongest in the 9 nations of the desolate north. Who didn't want to have such glory? But if Ling Han took part, then other people wouldn't have a single bit of hope, unless they crossed into the spiritual ocean tier. But how many spiritual ocean tier warriors under 30 years of age could there be? Only Feng Yan and Yan Tianzhao, the 2 freaks. Ling Han smiled. I said it, so you guys don't have to worry at all, I only plan on selling some things. What medicinal pills does Master Ling plan on selling? Everyone was curious. This youngster advanced into the Earth grade, so the medicinal pills he took out were bound to be amazing. You guys will know the day after tomorrow. Ling Han kept it secret. Everyone was curious, but didn't dare to question Ling Han closely, leaving them with an itch in their hearts. Anyways, enduring was not a big deal since the answer would be revealed the day after tomorrow. Eating till very late at night, everyone left separately, but 2 people stayed at the inn, so it would only be a few steps to return to their own rooms. 1 day, 2 days, time passed by quickly, and it was already the day of the martial arts tea party. The venue was set at a square on the east side of the small town. A massive sunshade-like structure was temporarily set up, enough to seat thousands of people. All members of the younger generation from the 9 nations of the desolate north with cultivation at least in the element-gathering tier, they averaged several hundred per country. The seats were more than enough to contain them. The martial arts tea party started at noon and ended in the evening. Ling Han, Lu Yutong, and the others came to the public square and sat down arbitrarily. They were a somewhat larger party with more people, and just happened to occupy one table. Hunyo couldn't sit still and immediately took out snacks from the spatial ring that were prepared beforehand, eating very delightedly. Very soon, more and more people came, such that the Star Defense Force was also mobilized to maintain order. After all, youngsters were impetuous, and it was never good if someone died in a fight. Cheng Fei Jun appeared, and said in a loud and clear voice, "Thank you friends for attending, everyone." Most of the people instantly stand up. This was a high-level black-grade alchemist. He would be considered a big boss of alchemy in any of their countries. How could they not be respectful? Chapter 297, Prodigies Battle. Reverie _ Ling Han naturally wouldn't respond, and if he didn't nudge, Lu Yutong and the others naturally wouldn't give Cheng Fei Jun face either. They simply sat straight up as well. "Hey, Master Cheng has personally spoken, you guys dare to stay seated and not give any face?" Someone on the side sneered, obviously bootlicking Cheng Fei Jun. "Do I need to give him face?" Zhu Wujiao immediately said. He naturally knew of Cheng Fei Jun and Ling Han's conflict, glaring over at once. "Great, not only do you not respect Master Cheng, but also publicly humiliate him. Looks like you guys are dead for sure." That person swept his gaze across each one of their faces, and when he saw Lu Yutong and Li Si Chan's exceeding beauty, he was breathtaken as his eyes involuntarily tensed. "Shut the hell up." To the side of that person, someone gave him a big slap on the face. "You moron, do you know who he is?" Ling Han, one who just advanced and became an Earth-grade alchemist. "If you want to die then die on your own, don't involve us." "Pooh," that person instantly spurted out, and his expression turned dreadfully pale at once. He and Cheng Fei Jun were total strangers. Honestly, he wanted to become acquainted with Cheng Fei Jun, but the latter might not even pay attention to him. Wasn't that why he took this chance to stir things up to bootlick Cheng Fei Jun and form a relationship with him? Great, this bootlick didn't work, and he instead offended an Earth-grade alchemist. Wasn't that seeking death? "Ling. Master Ling, I am blind as a bat, please forgive me," he hurriedly said in a quivering voice. Ling Han waved his hands dismissively, as he naturally wouldn't care about a nobody like that. That person was as if he'd received a great pardon, hurriedly nodding his head towards Ling Han, but dared not to stay there anymore. After he sat for a short while, he got up and left, afraid that Ling Han would suddenly make him pay for his rudeness. "Everyone, today will mainly be tea tasting discussion of martial arts. Drinking tea in harmony takes first, and as for sparring, stop when meaning is conveyed," Cheng Fei Jun said with a smile, then took out a pill bottle, displaying it all around. "This is Restore Heart pill that will be rewarded to the one who takes the first place today." Even a Restore Heart pill was taken out. Who wouldn't give it their best? "Ha ha ha, this humble one is Hong Fei from the Rock Country. I am most adept with fist techniques, who wants to spar with me?" A tall and sturdy youngster jumped out first. There was a massive space emptied out for battle within the sunshade area. "You're fit to use fists." A lanky youngster walked out, emitting a shocking chilliness. "Showing off fist techniques in front of me, Lian Xiaozhu, the only road left for you is death." "Humph, are you the only one in this world who can use fists?" Hong Fei said indifferently, naturally not backing down. "When I become the world's #1, certainly, I will be the only one fit to use fists and others won't be able to tarnish fist techniques," Lian Xiaozhu said aggressively. What an overconfident guy. He actually said he would become the world's #1. Lian Xiaozhu? Could it be the Lien Xiaozhu from the Fire Country? You've heard of him? This person is known for being a fist maniac. It's rumored that he only knows one style of fist technique, which is the most common black tiger tears heart, and one he cultivated it for dozens of years. PFF, are you joking? Just cultivating the black tiger tears heart? That can't even be called a yellow grade technique. It certainly is so, but it's rumored that this person is the number one amongst the younger generation in the Fire Country, defeating all of the Fire Country's elites. Even the current Fire Emperor has praised him endlessly, conferring upon him the title Fist Marquis. He's really that strong? Everyone cried out. To be able to be acknowledged and praised by the Fire Emperor, and even being conferred the title of Marquis upon, Lien Xiaozhu's strength should be beyond average. Hong Fei naturally heard it, and a sense of fear arose within him. Although he was very strong amongst the younger generation, he had no qualifications to attract Rock Emperor's attention, receiving the title of some Marquis or Count. You're not fit to use fists. Lien Xiaozhu already launched an attack, a simple black tiger tears heart that conformed to the norm but boasting a massive and thick wave of qi, as if a great master of fist technique appeared to perform it. Pung! Although Hong Fei launched his ultimate technique, he was absolutely no match for this fist and was instantly sent flying, lying on the side and coughing out blood. Very impressive, Hong Fei was at the 5th layer of the gushing spring tier, yet he couldn't even parry one fist. Lien Xiaozhu was certainly strong, living up to the Fire Emperor's evaluation. Brother Lien is strong as expected, this humble one wants to consult you. Immediately, a person leapt onto the field. This was a 23 or 24-year-old young male. His physique was slender and a long saber hung by his waist, emitting a stunningly acute presence. Lien Xiaozhu's eyes lit up and he said, "Since you don't use fists, I can spar with you." Well, this guy was certainly a fist maniac. If the others used fists, then he would just send them flying, but those who didn't use fists could spar with him for a bit. This humble one is Hua Gao Yi, also from the Fire Country, this saber user said proudly. Everyone involuntarily murmured an "oh," so he was also from the Fire Country. No wonder he jumped out to spar with Lien Xiaozhu. Now that the 9 countries' martial artists were discussing martial arts, no one wanted their own countrymen to be defeated. There was no glory in that. Right? Please. Please. Lien Xiaozhu and Hua Gao Yi immediately carried out a fierce battle. Fist Qi and Saber Qi clashed, and the battle already reached a climax from the very beginning. As expected, Lien Xiaozhu only used the black tiger tears heart back and forth, but he used it with much charm and grace. Every punch held a different concept, and its power was shocking. Interesting. Ling Han revealed a faint smile. How's it interesting? Lu Yutong and the others asked one after another. Even Guang Yuan wasn't an exception, because he also couldn't see what aspect was interesting. Ling Han laughed, pointed at Lien Xiaozhu and said, "He probably cultivates an unusual art that has the effect of raising battle prowess, and the side effect of it is that he can no longer cultivate other skills as they would come in conflict with that art. Thus, he only used the black tiger tears heart back and forth, yet its concept is changing constantly, and is very miraculous. There's such an art?" Everyone was baffled. In the vast world, there are naturally all sorts of rare and peculiar arts. Moreover, this person's expertise is in one punch. It just so happens to remedy the weakness of being unable to cultivate other skills. Sometimes, simplistic doesn't mean mediocre, Ling Han said leisurely. Just like Mo Gao, who was also extremely focused on cultivating the sword and had absolutely not cultivated any sword skills, yet almost realized sword heart. Simplicity never represented mediocrity. The young man before their eyes had a different way to reach the same result, but he was still very far from sensing fist heart, only stepping onto this road. Qin Yi revealed an intense fighting spirit and said, "In a bit, I want to challenge that Hua Gao Yi." He was also a saber user, and seeing Hua Gao Yi's splendid saber skills, he couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart, only wanting to battle. Ling Han observed for a while and said, "You will have a chance." Hua Gao Yi's strength is not below Lien Xiaozhu's, and this battle will probably end in a draw. He also clicked his tongue in wonder. Prodigies showed up frequently among this generation's youngsters, making him somewhat surprised. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.